In case you guys want to connect to the internet, I have MiFi here.
Oh, cool.
Here, let me write down the password.
Sure.
These are some people that gonna, so they're supposed to
Uploaded
tell us.
everything on
Yeah,
here.
they're supposed to tell us.
I'm going to put this between us in case you want to look. I don't know if there's
No, I don't need to look. Nope. I'm good. I thought about that.
All right, here we go, 602.
Okay, go for it. Ready?
Ready? Right. My thing just went off. Is the mic on? Good evening, everyone.
Thanks. Yeah, and that password includes, that's a parenthesis at the end.
Oh, okay.
Can I have everyone's attention? Thank you, everyone, for attending. We are 3 county commissioners. To my left is Commissioner Leslie Duncan. To my right, Commissioner Bill Brooks. And I'm Commissioner and Chairman Chris Filios. And I'm now calling this meeting to order. We will be addressing case number ORA19-0001 regarding the Kootenai County Building Code Ordinance, currently codified as at Title VII, Chapter 1 of the Kootenai County Code. I'm not going to read the rest of it because it's too technical, but we'll get through it. So for now, I'd like to ask David Callahan, if he would, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let me move this over. A little bit more. Okay, then. So before we begin, I'm going to make a few comments, and I'll spell out the protocol for this evening. We have, first let me introduce the players. Let me start first with our 4 deputies who are here to keep order. I'd like to thank them as well as the ununiformed staff as well. So to your left are 2 deputies and to the right are 2 deputies, and they're here for a purpose. We will maintain order, strict order. There will be no applause, no cheers, no boos. If I have to remove somebody, I certainly will. I really don't want to have to do that. So let's be respectful of one another, certainly of the staff up here. Speaking of the staff, what I'd like to do is introduce everyone to you. Monitoring the lights is Betsy Anderson. You will see 3 lights, green, yellow, and red. And I'll come back to that. Next to Betsy is Kathy Ford. Next to Kathy is David Callahan. David is our Director of Community Development. To David's left is Pat Braden. And Pat is our Civil Prosecuting Attorney. His specialty is real estate. And to Pat's left is John Mills, Chief Building Inspector. Okay? So the 3 lights that you see by Betsy, the green means you're good to go. We'll start that once you announce your name and address. Yellow means you have 30 seconds left, and red means time out, and seriously, time out. And so you will have, each individual speaker will have 3 minutes to speak, and we will maintain a very strict time limit. Group speakers, and we do have 4 groups, are required to have at least 10 people or more who are willing to forfeit their time so that individual can take the full 10 minutes. And we do have 4 group presentations. And let's see, did I forget anything? Leslie, Bill, are we good to go?
Good to go.
Okay, so we have 4 group presentations as I indicated, and the first one will be Mr. Brent Regan, and I will call the individuals who have graciously forfeited their time. And when I do call your name, please stand up. Carol Goodman? Where's Carol? Oh, there you are. Okay. Mike Satrin? Thank you. Please stay standing until we get through all the names. Michael Burgess? Thank you. Barbara Hedden? Thank you. Is this Terry? Oh, Terry Seymour. Thank you. Michael Jenichin? Thank you. David Kimball? Is David here?
Back there with Carol.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Pam Kimball? Thank you. Jeremy Morris? Thank you.
What's that?
Doug Bacon? Thank you. Well, Brent, you're here. Loretta Zapka? Thank you. Robert Zapka? Thank you, Bob. And Gary Horrigan? Thank you very much. You may all be seated. Brent, you ready?
Yes, thank
Go
you.
right ahead.
My name is Brent Regan, 6100 East Borley Road. I live in the unincorporated area of Kootenai County. Chairman Felios, Commissioners Brooks and Duncan, thank you very much for this opportunity. Kootenai County has adopted building codes. The opt-out does not mean abandoning building codes. The opt-out means that rural property owner is taking the responsibility for the quality of their own construction on their own property. The opt-out does not affect zoning or setback requirements. It does not affect plumbing or septic permit requirements. It does not affect commercial contractors. The opt-out does not affect electrical or HVAC permit requirements. The opt-out does not affect 70% of the county residents that live in municipalities other than to lower their taxes. We know historically that the building permit and inspection fees are a fraction of the actual costs incurred by the county, so that by creating a government monopoly on building inspection, everyone's taxes will increase. People living in the cities will pay for the city's building inspection department and pay for the county building inspection department, for which they get zero benefit. The proposal tonight is to force rural property owners to use a county monopoly building inspection department. This is expensive, time-consuming, and unaccountable in the event of an error or omission. The county cannot be sued if a county employee makes an error or omission. There is no evidence to justify the costs of eliminating the opt-out. No evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, no evidence that's clear and convincing, no preponderance of evidence, nothing. All the arguments in favor of this government monopoly are stories, assumptions, talking points, and fairy tales. Since enacting the opt-out, have buildings collapsed? Have property values plummeted? Have babies died in rural slums? We were told these things would happen, and yet they haven't. Fortunately, now we have some data. A neutral scientific survey was conducted by KCRCC and NWPOA. Participants were not biased by asking them to take a particular position. You have a complete raw set of the responses, which I've given your staff. The comments offered are obviously the opinions of the authors of those comments. People who wanted to keep the opt-out were only counted if they were registered voters, so we could confirm that they were registered voters in the county. Statistically, the margin of error is plus or minus 7.8%. The survey excluded 3. There were 2 that didn't have names and 1 that didn't list a residence. But other than that, all the surveys were valid and counted. All 97 respondents that were counted, of all the respondents, 93 favor keeping the opt-out, 93% favor keeping the opt-out. Of 87 respondents living in rural areas, 96% were in favor of keeping the opt-out. I did get one comment from Tom Torgerson, and I'm going to read it. It is, this isn't about inspection, it's about following the code. The opt-out is and was a bad decision that cost 2 commissioners their elected positions. And I bet this comment does not get to the commissioners. It has. I would like to direct you to the resolution that I gave you, which I will now read. It's a resolution in opposition of conflicts to interest. Whereas the Kootenai County Board of County Commissioners has a quasi-judicial authority where they preside over matters concerning real property, such as zone changes, conditional use permits, variances, setbacks, assessments, and other decisions that may become before the KCBOCC. And whereas real estate agents and other business leaders appreciate that they may have a reasonable likelihood of bringing a matter before the KCBOCC for adjudication. And whereas Chairman Felios currently lists himself as a realtor associate broker with the Tomlinson Sotheby's International Realty. And whereas Chairman Felios has a notorious opponent of the opt-out option. And whereas on Thursday, February 28, 2019, Chairman Felios sent an email with the subject line, sample letters opposing the opt-out to many real estate agents, members of the Coeur d'Alene and Post Falls Chambers of Commerce, and other local professionals. And whereas metadata shows the author of the sample letters as Chris, whereas the body of the emails calls for assistance in eliminating the opt-out by stating, please see attached for 3 sample letters you can distribute for those wishing to restore mandatory building codes in Kootenai County. And whereas the body of the email contains instructions to forwarding the referenced attached letters to KCBOCC email address, And whereas a commissioner requesting or even suggesting that individuals who may come before the KCBOCC take a public position in a matter before the KCBOCC has the appearance of being unethical and is clear indicia of bias. Whereas Chairman Felios has violated public trust by taking multiple deliberate steps to contaminate and bias the public record, which would be used as a basis and justification for a decision of all three commissioners in this matter. Now therefore be it resolved that the committee calls for Chairman Felios to recuse himself from debate and voting in the matter of repealing the opt-out and establishing mandatory county building inspections. And be it further resolved that the committee directs Committee Chairman Regan to present this resolution to the KCBOCC at the Thursday, March 28th public hearing. I would also note that the 4 county employees or people associated with the county, Hauser, McHugh, Locke, and Rose, abstained from or recused themselves from debate and voting. The emails and the sample letters and metadata are also attached to the handout that you received. Who benefits from this government monopoly on building inspections? Rural residents don't. They will be paying higher fees and suffering delays. Kootenai County residents won't benefit as they will all be paying higher taxes for the growing bureaucracy. So who benefits? The answer is in one of Chairman Felios' sample letters, wherein he states, I believe that any effort to curtail the formal permitting process will have adverse effects on economic development, property values, and county assessments. Property values is the key word here. Chairman Felios argues that a county monopoly on building inspections will increase property values. Will the property owner benefit from the higher property values? Well, where did the additional value come from? The property owner put it there. Higher fees, delays, higher taxes, opportunity costs. And for what? Maybe they'll recover those costs when they go to sell the property. Perhaps they will, perhaps they won't. There is no guarantee. Alternately, what could they have done with those thousands of dollars? Taken a vacation or perhaps made actual improvements that you can enjoy, like granite countertops or hardwood floors or a home theater. Instead, you get a piece of paper with a little check marks made by people who aren't responsible if they make a mistake. We can put that on the wall and enjoy it. There is one group that always benefits from higher property values, a small group that has their own association, a small group that Chairman Felios is a proud member, realtors. The higher the property value, the higher their commission. If Chairman Felios' argument is true, and that a county monopoly on building inspections will increase property values, then the only people that are guaranteed to benefit financially are realtors. Small wonder they are for this. Should a commissioner vote on a matter that has a financial impact on himself and an association for which he is a member? I'm not an attorney, but the optics are not good. This is the price that we pay. There is a price to pay to live in a rural area. You have to find your own water, deal with your own trash and sewage, drive on dusty, potholed roads, walk a mile to get the mail, wait longer for emergency services, and deal with nosy city people intent on telling us how we should conduct our lives. But the rewards are there, and one of them is to have just a tiny bit more freedom to do as you like on your own property, a freedom you're now considering taking away. Gamblers know rule number 7. If you lose once, you have to win 7 times before you feel that you're back even. And when you give somebody something, that counts as something. But if you take something away, it counts for a lot more. April 15th, Chairman Felios, is the 10th anniversary of the Tea Party. And I remember at Quinlan Park listening to a very good speech by a gentleman that stood up, and he was railing against the excesses of government. And he raised his fist, and he said, it's not change they're giving us, it's chains. Chains to bind us down. I was very impressed by that speech. That was you. I like that guy. I would very much like to see him again. Thank you all for your time, and good night.
Okay, hold on, don't leave. It's my turn.
Your turn. Very good.
I actually neglected to mention a couple of things, but I'll come back to them. Let me explain something. Let me start by asking you a question, and I really don't want to be doing this too much, folks, because this is really your time. Public hearing is a participation sport, so it's truly your time. But since there are allegations being made, I feel compelled that I have to respond. Let me ask you this, Brent. What kind of a hearing is this?
What kind of hearing?
Yeah, what kind of a hearing is it?
It's a public hearing.
It's a public hearing, but specifically what type?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, I'll explain. I would have thought your attorney friend might have explained it, but I'll do it. As county commissioners, we operate on 3 different levels. One is administrative, the second is legislative, and the third is quasi-judicial. This falls under the category of legislative. So when you send representatives to the Senate, to the House in Boise, they are free to advocate for their position, whatever that might be. And by the way, so are we as commissioners. If this were a quasi-judicial hearing, a zone change, a subdivision request, then that's entirely different because we operate as judges. So the bottom line is, everything I did and everything I said, I have no regrets, and I have full faith in my legal staff that doesn't have any issue with it. And by the way, my co-commissioners are free to do the same, as did former commissioners Bingham and Eberline when they advocated for their position for the opt-out. So I'm not going to respond to the rest of this because truthfully I'd rather not dignify it, but that person hasn't changed. What I spoke about was the ACA, and so I'm still that very same person. But in any case, thank you for your testimony, and we'll move on. What I should do at this point, and it's probably appropriate, is poll my co-commissioners for conflicts of interest. When I say a conflict of interest, that implies a direct financial benefit from the results of this hearing. So let me ask you both, Commissioner Duncan?
None.
No.
Commissioner Brooks? And no for me as well.
And Chairman Filios, Pat Braden, Civil Deputy Prosecutor, can I just step in for a minute here?
Sure.
Because this is a legislative hearing, as you mentioned, and it's on building codes rather than land use, the conflict of interest rules that people may be familiar with from the Local Land Use Planning Act don't apply. The Ethics in Government Act does apply, but it defines conflict of interest specifically, and it specifically excludes any action in a person's official capacity that would affect to the same degree a class consisting of an industry or occupation group in which the person or member of the person's household or business is a member or is engaged. And in addition, specifically excludes any interest which the person has by virtue of his possession, trade, or occupation, where his interest will be affected to the same degree as that of a substantial group or class of others similarly engaged in the profession, trade, or occupation. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well.
Thank you, Pat. One other thing that I should have mentioned right up front, we did receive a number of written comments, and the number of written comments that we received up until approximately 3:30 this afternoon, there were 69 in favor of keeping the opt-out, 104 to remove the opt-out. But since then, Brent Regan did submit a package, and within that package, we have 99 for the opt-out, 7 to remove it, and there were a few that were unclear. So these were just received. We cannot actually verify these because there's no way to compare them against comments that have already been received, just to make sure we don't have any redundancy. But anyway, I thought I'd report that.
Okay, can I intervene one more time?
Sure.
On a much lighter note, Gonzaga beat Florida State 72-58.
What is it?
I'm sorry.
Just went final.
What was that, Pat?
72-58, Gonzaga won.
Oh, yes.
Chairman, those comments will be B1000 that we just received from Mr. Reagan.
I'm sorry?
The exhibits, those comments will be B1000.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to move on to our second group presentation. As I said, there are 4. The second one is by Mr. Ruben Miranda. Would you come forward, please? Okay, and I'm going to call the names of the individuals who have offered their time to Mr. Miranda. Shem Hanks? Thank you. Adam Parker? Thank you. Phil Ward? Thank you. Kathy Kraus? Thank you. Suzanne Marshall? Thank you. Laura Tennyson? Thank you. Jim Donnan? Thank you. Savannah Casey? Did I say that correctly? No, Savannah. Oh, Savannah. Forgive me. Okay. Nash Mahurin? Thank you. And number 10, Jessica Mahurin. Thank you. You may all be seated. So Ruben, or Mr. Miranda, forgive me, would you please state your name and address?
Ruben Miranda, 4045 West Lenox Loop, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 83815. Thank you, Madam Commissioner and Mr. Commissioners, for this time to speak. It's good to see you all again. I am here representing the Kootenai County Democrat Central Committee, who have an interest in this subject and in this policy, and who have decided that it is in the best interest of the county to remove the opt-out portion of the building codes. They have proposed, and they have written, and the chairman has signed to a resolution that I'd like to read right now. Whereas the Kootenai County Board of Commissioners, referred to as BOCC, has authority and jurisdiction for the building and safety codes of Kootenai County, an elected obligation to the safety and fair application of the codes, and whereas the codes currently provide for an opt-out provision that may cause for unsafe and/or unfair practice in home construction, and whereas property values, insurance rates, and financing opportunities for Kootenai County residents are negatively affected by properly constructed building structures, and whereas the practice in the opt-out regulations are in contrast to the BOCC obligation and trust of the county citizens in their legislative duties, the board dictates advocacy, the duties of the boards to dictate the advocacy for repeal of Ordinance 522, the opt-out. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County Democratic Central Committee calls upon all of the BOCC members to vote on repeal as adopted by the County Commissioners on March 19, 2018. Let it further be resolved that this will be submitted to the BOCC for public record in this resolution. So that is how we, as the Democratic Central Committee, feel. We represent, not all, I'm sure, but a great majority of the Democrats in this county, and we want to see this gone. Just as a little side note, we understand that this is a legislative action, not a judicial, quasi-judicial action. We have no problems with what was said to be unfair from the Commissioner Filios. That's fine. Everybody has a right to advocate their positions in this country and in this county. You don't give that up when you become an elected official in a legislative advocacy. So, in that respect, we as the Democrats expect you to follow your best heart and thoughts in terms of your obligations and your trust to the citizens of this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miranda, question from Commissioner Duncan.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that you live in the city limits of Coeur d'Alene,
Yes, I do.
and the 10 people that you represented, are they all in the city limits as well, or in incorporated areas?
No, you are unincorporated.
I'm sorry.
That I know of, 2 are in the unincorporated areas. I didn't ask that question to the other 8.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Bill?
No. Excellent.
No
Thank
questions. Thank you.
That exhibit will be B1001.
So moving on to our third group presentation, and that would be, former Commissioner Mark Eberline. Mark, where are you? Here he comes. So as Mark approaches the I call him as Mr., but I did work with him for 2 years, so I'm sure he won't mind. Anyway, I'm going to call the, I guess we have 12 names here, so when I call your name, please rise. Leah Aslanzidi? Aslandende, okay, thank you. Alan White? Mary White? Tim Castning? There you are. Joe Whipple? I know Joe's here. Okay. Richard, I can't quite make out the last name. Do you want to take a crack at this? The address is 3060. There he is. Oh, Rick Whitehead. For goodness sakes. Come on, Rick. Okay. Rick Gosselin. Thank you. Nate Juris. I'm sorry? Jeeves. Oh, it looked like an R instead of a V. Okay. Renee Burgess. Okay. Larry, is it Larry Erickson?
Lori.
Oh, Lori, forgive me. Don Gary? Thank you. And is it Jack Barb? Thank you. You might all be seated. Thank you. Okay, Mark, name, address, and floor's yours.
Mark Eberline, 4321 East Hope Avenue, Post Falls, Idaho, 83854. I had to stop taking applications and names on the thing because it was, other people might have needed them. So, honorable commissioners, good evening. And the proper address for a former commissioner or anybody that's in a board is honorable. That's proper, just for your information. So,
I'll make note of that.
I'm going to start this off. Freedom has a taste the protected will never know. In your packets up there, you've got some information for you. So, we have a new president. A couple of years ago, we changed offices, and people rallied behind the man. And his most dramatic saying was, "Make America great again. Drain the swamp." Donald Trump. He's doing good things. His hands are tied, but he's trying to do his very, very best at draining the swamp. He's talking about slashing bureaucracy that stifles the citizens of the United States. In case you didn't know, I wrote a speech, which I never write, but I got to stay within 10 minutes. Bureaucracy stifles the citizens of the USA, that forces American jobs out of the USA, that hinders use of natural resources and resulting revenue that would benefit our schools, our highways, and relieve the taxpayers. Milton Friedman succinctly assessed the situation in a single sentence. In case you didn't know Milton Friedman, he was an advisor to several presidents and a brilliant man. If you put the federal government in charge of the Sahara Desert, in 5 years there will be a shortage of sand. So tyrants such as Adolf Hitler and others of his ilk know that if freedoms are eroded little by little, that the citizenry soon become slaves without even knowing what hit them. Are the freedoms of Americans being eroded? President Trump and a goodly number of congressmen and senators believe so and won their elections by standing on the platform of reducing government and taxes. Some will stand fast, and others have already reneged on their campaign promises of less government and taxes. In a handout I gave to you, page 6, paragraph 4, regarding consumer protection, Mr. Brooks said it should be a sensitive one towards you. Good builders already use good practice, best practices. First-hand knowledge indicates that code hinders protection by insulating poor workmanship under the guise that it was built to code and passed inspection. We have some fine staff in our community development department, but they can't be everywhere and they can't catch everything. So in a Department of Labor, Idaho Department of Labor report dated January of 2017, which you all have access, this regards Kootenai County. For the period of 2005 to 2015, there is found an increase of 4,374 jobs regarding workforce trends that are covered by IDOL. 4,374 jobs. 3,541 of those jobs were in the government, education, and health sector. That's a whopping 81% of the new jobs created in that period of time were largely public sector. Most schools are government, and as we all know, Kootenai Health is the largest employer in Kootenai County. Some 30% of the people in Kootenai County are government employees. And here's the one I find most fascinating. It's on this document over here, Demographics and Pay Analysis for Non-Farm Jobs. So this one shows us that payroll analysis, we find average weekly pay for 3 sectors. Private is $650 a week. Local government is $784 a week, and that doesn't include schools and medical. And all government is $816 a week, average salary. Those numbers are salary only, no benefits, insurance, retirement is included. I ask, who serves who? Why do the people move to Idaho in droves? To flee progressivism in states like California? Is Idaho becoming more progressive? Is Kootenai County becoming more progressive? Who benefits and who loses? Follow the money is a real popular term. Has anyone clamored for more government and taxes or more special interest groups to appear? I've never heard it. In the handout given you, if you look on page 6, you go to the last paragraph, special interest groups are a relatively small segment of society. Quite a few Idahoans know that the sales price of the real estate is not subject to public knowledge, as Idaho is a non-disclosure state. How many members of the public know that some years ago Kootenai County cut a deal with the Coeur d'Alene Association of Realtors allowing Kootenai County Assessor's Office to have full access to the MLS data, including the sales price? Many realtors don't even know that. Those I've spoken with aren't pleased, and we're under the assumption that their personal business was protected from prying eyes by statute. In 2018, the Board of County Commissioners learned of that agreement, and a vote of 2-1 upheld that agreement. Is it easier for the assessor's office? Sure it is. But is it in the spirit of the non-disclosure laws of the state of Idaho? Does it adversely affect your property assessment? I believe it does. In the handout given you on the last page over there, page 8, last paragraph, last 2 paragraphs, I call your attention to Hammurabi, circa 1754 BC, that is often flagrantly misrepresented as the first building code, especially by the Idaho or the International Code Council and code proponents. Of the 282 laws that Hammurabi created, not one single law tells you how to build anything. However, number 229 says, if a builder builds a house for someone and does not construct it properly and the house that he built falls in and kills the owner, then that builder will be put to death. Now that's what I call consumer protection with teeth in it. The others are similar. In closing, when will government growth stop? How long can 70% of the private sector taxpayers support the other 30% employed by government, plus the amount of services that they receive from outside suppliers? What is the breaking point? Is it too late? Do we embrace the principle of lessening bureaucracy and taxes, or merely pay lip service to making America great again? Please retain the opt-out provision that you may claim a share in draining the swamp and stamping out special interest groups. As may be seen in a handout page on page 7, paragraph 2, the ag lobby already flushed out a bothersome special interest group. I call on the BOCC to resist the urge to grow government, to resist piling additional regulations onto the good citizens of Kootenai County, to resist burdening rural landowners with additional and unwarranted costs of unaccountable government monopoly. It's still green, I guess. Please stand with the only people this change would directly affect, the rural landowners, and do not take away their small taste of freedom because of the greed and envy of others. I stand for questions.
Any questions?
Stop!
Whoa, no, folks, what did we say up front? It's okay that you approve, but hold the applause, please.
So, Mr. Chairman, a point of order, I would point out, you've taken my information, you've taken Mr. Reagan's information, and as you recall, though this is a legislative session, there is still a segment of due process that takes place.
Correct.
So you're making a decision that affects everybody in Kootenai County. It's a big deal. And so part of due process, if you recall when I sat in your chair, if there was going to be a big meeting and somebody dropped a piece of paper on my desk, I wouldn't read it and I'd send them all over to community development, because due process says that you should read everything that's inside of those documents so that all the public knows what you're basing your decisions on. So you had two choices according to council. Read it out loud to the whole group in its entirety, or continue the meeting till a later date so that everybody has the opportunity to know what was in that document. So that's, Mr. Braden's the one that turned me onto that. Thank you.
Counsel, would you care to opine?
I believe that was actually the opinion of another attorney, which I was asked to give an opinion on. I think the two options that former Commissioner Eberlein has indicated are both viable options to you. I don't know that I agree that they're mandatory, however. I think as long as the comments are read by the commissioners, ideally there should be a copy available for the public to read as well during the hearing. But
Well,
that's,
and there
that's
is-
as far as I think we would have to go.
Okay, and he did, and Mr. Eberlein did make reference to the document. He summarized it. It is before us, so the comments are available.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
This will be Exhibit B 1002.
Okay, so we're moving on to our fourth and final group presentation, and that will be Linda Filios, who incidentally is my wife, and no, that does not constitute a conflict, as someone alleged the last time, but whatever. She is a citizen, and she does have her First Amendment right. And so what I will do as Linda approaches is I will call your name. Please rise. Madeline David. Tom, is it Masika? Oh, Terry. Forgive me. Angie Crowley. Maureen Little. Bev Twillman. Dan Gookin. Luke Summer. Jeff Merkley. Norb Twillman. Bobby Brooks. Paul Zaska? Is Paul here? Okay. Kathy Mayer? Okay. That's 12. I think we missed one. That's 11. We're good. Okay, you may be seated. Thank you. Okay, Linda, you want to state your name, address, please?
My name is Linda Filios, 904 North Balcony Drive, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. And I am Chris's wife, but I'm also an appraiser who has appraised over 13,000 homes in 6 states, beginning in 1983. I've appraised houses that are built in 1700s all the way up to the current time. And this is an opt-out, and I have to disagree with somebody that it was about building codes. It was not about permits. So when liberty begins to disrespect the rule of law, the only outcome is anarchy. Building codes, facts. You opted out of all building codes as required by the state of Idaho, which means only a placement permit and no inspections except electrical, plumbing, and mechanical. In Bonner County, these inspections are not always done. Idaho County. Kootenai County is not a rural county. We're an urban county per Idaho state and federal government. Even if you moved to a rural county, you would still need to build a code, have permits, and code inspections. If we believe in the rule of law and codes are law, then we need to abide by them. Only 3 of the 44 counties have no codes: Boundary County, Bonner County, and Idaho County. Boise County has still instituted codes as of last year. Idaho state statute is a fact. Idaho adopted building codes going back to the 1940s. Some counties and cities began adopting codes prior to the 1990s. Kootenai County has had codes for decades, and when the statute was changed, they, along with other counties, adopted those codes. State and local government entities are empowered to enact building codes as part of their police powers under the 10th Amendment of the Federal Constitution. That amendment has been interpreted to allow states to enact legislation designed to protect the public. Idaho statutes, we have Chapter 41, Building Code Act. It gives the local government the adoption of building codes and enforcement, permits, and again enforcement. They have to adopt the International Building Code, Idaho Residential Code, Idaho Energy Codes, and others. Amendments to the code are allowed as long as they are necessary for safety, and at that time they have to be either equivalent to the code or higher, not lower. Idaho Bill, House Bill 108, which was recently passed, state and local government building inspectors, including state safety advisors, shall, that means they are required to hold a valid certification as a building inspector or building plan examiner issued by the International Code Council, the ICC. Changes to the current bill were made that somebody who doesn't have a certification can work under someone who does, and they have 6 months to complete that certification. Definition of a building code is a series of ordinances enacted by the state and local government entity establishing minimum requirements that must be met in the construction and maintenance of buildings. Code enforcement. You must be qualified with specific education, apprenticeships, and exams. Code inspectors are generally specialists in either electric, plumbing, mechanical, or current codes chosen by the state of Idaho. A home inspector is not a code inspector. Code inspectors are in very short supply. They typically work for cities, counties, state governments, and can be private. This is a word, what is it? A picture is 1,000 words. Here's a property built before 1970 where the mold just started growing because there was inadequate ventilation in the attic area. The windows were improperly installed. There was no ventilation in the crawl space. And that is toxic black mold, which is harmful to most people. This is a house I appraised, and it has been since torn down because the mold was so extensive. This is a deck that I was walking on in Bonner County, and I thought something was wrong. I looked underneath, and lo and behold, there's the nails that did not go to support the structure. This is an owner build also in Bonner County. The purlines, those are the diagonal supports coming down, were splitting, and the owner tried to sustain them and put extra wood up there. The rafters to the left that go up towards the roof are splitting. Unfortunately, when people run out of money, they don't always use the good quality they need for the basic structure of the house. This is an actual house. The property did not get a loan because of the roof structure. This is another owner build in Bonner County. There was no firewall between the garage and the house, and as most people know, garages are notorious for starting fires. We typically contain flammable liquids in our garages. The owner was told that he needed to put a firewall up because those members going through are the top of his house. He refused to, just put some insulation in, and again, he did not get his loan. This is an electrical box, a do-it-yourselfer. We have live wires coming out. We have a water hose on the side, which you don't put water and electric close by. There were more live wires going across the ceiling in the basement, which were not connected to a junction box. This is very common up in Bonner County. We have OSB foundations, and if anybody has used OSB and knows when they get wet, it rots and it swells up. This house, again, did not get any kind of loan because of the foundation. They even put a piece of log on the bottom, hoping that the OSB wouldn't get wet. And we always have sliders to nowhere. They're everywhere in every county. So if you get a little drunk, you open the slider, you fall out, break your leg, break it, and that's a half a story. So if it's a full story, you can even end up dead. So consequences of no codes. In wooded areas, lack of fire codes and other codes can create huge spans of fire to adjacent properties, injury to occupants or guests. In Bonner County, has resulted in anemic economic growth as companies prefer to relocate to areas with consistent codes. In Bonner County, they frequently have to employ appraisers to find properties that did not have placement permits and are not on the tax rolls. Some of the properties have been without county taxes for 11 years. We know a woman right here. This means to you that the residents are subsidizing the deadbeats. Bonner County has numerous lawsuits on both residential and commercial properties. Some appraisers, home inspectors, builders, and contractors refuse to do any kind of work in Bonner County. If you have no codes, you can't sue anybody. You take full responsibility for building codes. It's buyer beware. So, where is the rule of law? Questions you need to answer. Who misled you to believe that the opt-out was about permits and inspections and not about building codes? Most important than who is why did they mislead you, and what is their ultimate agenda? And I leave it up to you. Thank you, Commissioners.
Do you want to stand for questions?
Yes.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, that will be Exhibit B1003, the presentation.
Okay, so at this point, and it's something I failed to do at the outset, is I'm going to turn it over to Director Callahan, who I think would like to make some comments. Are you still comfortable making those comments?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I will vary what I thought I would open up with because some points have been covered.
Okay.
And then, of course, when I'm through, I'm here, as all the staff are, for any questions you may have. I believe one thing that has been made clear, but I'd just like to reinforce, is that tonight's ordinance is an adoption of building codes as a rule of law. So the code, if you adopt it tonight, and the code we have today, puts our building codes in par with any other county law. That would include vehicle regulations, liquor control, health and sanitation, land use and development code, and so on. So just to be clear, building codes are the rule of law if adopted. I should say, for clarity, that the opt-out program has been popular. I pulled up the statistics today and found that we've had a total of 804 total permits for every way that it's possible to opt out. That includes things like, in addition to single-family homes, garages, duplexes, pole barns, hangars. We actually had a person build an airplane hangar with the opt-out program. And then, of course, ancillary things like decks and railings and the things that you normally associate with a single-family or duplex home. So the mindful number to stay with on opt-outs since last April 30th, when the program became effective, is 804 total. If you think of only single-family homes opting out, as of today, it's a total of 244. By comparison, if you look at all the residential permits we have pulled in that same period of time, it's 680 compared to 804, and 263 for single-family homes as opposed to 244. So it's almost an even split of people opting out on homes. Moving on to something that's not always discussed, I just thought you and the audience should know. With the opt-out program, it became possible for people in the past who had built structures without a permit to opt out for those structures. And we took it on ourselves to notice the 287 people we were aware of that owned such homes. And out of that number, as of today, 80 of them have used the opt-out program to bring their home into what's now a legal status, and then 8 more are pending. So again, out of 287, a total of 88 have made their homes entirely legal using the opt-out program. There are just a handful of misconceptions I've stumbled into I thought would be useful to have on the record so the audience knows. I've been surprised to know some of these, so I'll just go over them quickly. I've heard it said that contractors cannot opt out, and that much is true, that only property owners can opt out. But what's being sidestepped with that is we have contractors and builders in the county that own property. They most certainly can opt out, and that has occurred. Some of our premier builders actually have done that. I have fielded a number of questions about what codes do apply once a person is opted out. You've heard evidence to that tonight. I'd just like to reinforce that there is no building standard for structural integrity once a person opts out. It is absolutely on point that electrical, plumbing, and gas are governed by the state of Idaho, but again, we have no standard once a person opts out that anyone must abide by, including builders. It is the case that if a property owner opts out, they can ask us to do what we call a courtesy plan review. They actually pay for that. To my knowledge, we haven't actually had much of that, if any. Is that correct? 2 of them? Thank you. From our chief billing official, I got to sign, we have 2 of them. But under that review, there are no follow-up inspections. And so in the opt-out program, the takeaway should be that it's not possible for us to do the normal certificate of occupancy. What you may instead ask for as an opt-out owner is what we call a certificate of completion, which means that our staff swings by to make sure the building is actually finished. It's an outside observation. We have no way of knowing anything other than that. To clarify something I've seen come up and presented to me and others, the idea of using private inspectors to conduct plan review and, to do inspections and to use private corporations to do plan review. I just want to make it abundantly clear that the current code and the code before you allows for the staff, myself and the chief billing official, to accept outside parties to do inspections today, to do plan review today. We have used private parties to do plan review to keep us current and up to speed. I have chosen not to use inspectors because we have fully qualified inspectors, and no one yet has come to me and asked to do that. I should qualify that under that current system and the proposed system, my staff and I get to make the call on who should or can make the inspection. We would make the decision of whether they're qualified under the state statute, meaning that they have to be ICC certified. In closing, I would like to step out there for a moment and say something that I feel strongly about. I have seen how this particular issue has pulled us apart as a community. I'm sorry for that. I, for one, am all about dialogue and open process and would appreciate and welcome the opportunity to keep tonight's dialogue active so that we may continue to think critically, find solutions to solve our problems collectively, and reach across our differences to find each other. I sincerely hope we can reach to that point. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Director Callahan?
Oh.
Did you want to add something, David?
Our chief billing official reminds me I glossed over something that we should discuss. The opt-out continuation, or let me back up, say it's better. Under today's regulations and anything you might adopt, anyone that has already opted out, that continues without limit, without time limit.
That's true.
Anyone that, if you were to adopt the ordinance tonight or at a future date, anyone may continue to opt out until the effective date. Once we've received their application, they're in, and it's just a matter of us approving it and then continuing it unless and until they actually build the structure and we know they're done. So it is entirely possible to preserve not only the people that have opted out, but anyone that wants to before any future code you may enact. Thank you, John.
Okay. I just have a brief question.
Yes, sir.
On your earlier comments regarding single-family opt-outs, did you indicate that there were, was it the quantity of 8 that folks decided to opt back in for a permit? Did I interpret that correctly?
I didn't actually cover the people that opted out and then opted back in. What I was referring to is the people that built without a permit and we had already noticed the violation and became whole, if
Okay,
you will.
okay, I got it.
Okay.
Understood.
There are some number of those that you just described. I'll have to defer to our chief building official to answer that one.
That's fine. John, did you want to try that?
There were, as of about 3 weeks ago, there was 26 applied for and issued opt-out permits, location permits, that applied to cancel those and move back into the full permit process. The reasons varied. Some of them had to do with using the opt-out would not solve a code violation problem because the code violation problem was land use related and not building code related. There were some that opted back in because their selected financial entity would not finance under the opt-out program, where they would under the full building permit program.
Okay, thank you. Questions? None? Okay, so we'll move on. And what we're going to do right now is, as we did with the group, we're going to progress alternating. For, against, neutral, for, against, neutral. This way, if any of you have to depart early, you'll at least get a balanced presentation. So the first individual to speak, who is...
Excuse me, don't we want to say, if somebody's already addressed the points that
Yes,
you want to
thank
make,
you. Good point. Go ahead, finish it.
be considerate to everybody and say, my points have been addressed, I'm for it, or I'm against it. We don't need to hear the same thing over and over, whether you're for building codes or against them.
And that's a very good point.
Just for all of us.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. So if 2 or 3 folks have made the comment that you were planning to make, it suffices for you to just get up and say, I agree, or disagree, as the case may be, in the interest of time, but of course, that's entirely up to you. So the first speaker, and speaking in favor, that is to say to keep the to remove the opt-out, is Mr. Russ McLean. State your name and address, please.
Russell McLean, 2360 East Hayden View Drive, Coeur d'Alene, 83815.
There you go.
Well, I'm glad you're doing good, Bill. You look good. Chris, I like you the way you are. Now, Leslie, Rubens in 1966 enlisted to Vietnam, came out Green Beret. That is the purest of honor. And I think your question, Tim, is just a little on the chicken shit side. Ladies, forgive me, I'm about to sin. What you're going to hear from all these people tonight is really just a showing of how many people got Brent's dick in their mouth. This is all about Brent, and that's it. So pack it up. Go home. Have a good night.
Any questions for Russ? Okay, thank you. Speaking in opposition, that is to say, to keep the opt-out, Mr. Patrick Murphy. Name and address, please.
I've got to adjust the mic here. I'm Patrick Murphy, 6175 South Tall Pines Road, Coeur d'Alene. And I'm in the unincorporated part of the county. Listening to Mrs. Filios's presentation, it seems that she's found an awful lot of problems with buildings. And that's great that there are inspectors out there that can find these. Now, I've had a number of dealings with Director Callahan's department. I think we've got a wonderful building department, so I hold nothing against them. What I believe is that we need freedom to be able to exercise our liberties on our own property. There's a handful of people, we've had a deluge because of the opt-out option that we adopted last year. And I think it's terrific that those people have come forward and said, I want to do this. I guarantee you, over the next few years, that number will drop because people are taking advantage of the situation we have. Now, Chris, last year, I made the point of, you've been inspecting homes or appraising homes for years. And if you appraise a home from the 1930s as opposed to one from the 1980s, you're going to find a mix of more homes from the 30s are going to be built better because there was pride in craftsmanship that you didn't see in the 80s, but we had the inspection process in the 80s. Just because we have a few individuals that you're taking their liberty away doesn't mean you're going to get a better house. And if somebody builds a poor quality house, you're just taking money away from excavators that are going to have to remove that house. Because if somebody builds something poorly, then they're going to lose it. That's their responsibility to maintain the equity in their property. I mean, people do things for good reasons, for bad reasons, and it's a shame that we're talking about taking away the liberty that we should be able to exercise in North Idaho. I don't get it. I mean, you hear the Democrats get up and say, well, we want to make sure you have more regulation, and that's pretty typical. But I think it's important that we look to the people that want to be innovative. They want to try new things that aren't necessarily supported by the building codes. They want to have the ability to, put something on their house that they can do as long as they are free Americans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If either of you have any questions of a speaker, just chime in. Okay. We do have one and only one that was neutral, and that's a Dan Garwin, neutral and does not wish to speak. Okay, and then we have in favor, that is to say, remove the opt-out, Kathy McCoffin. That's it. Just pull the mic down. Thank you. Your name and address, please.
My name is Kathy McCon, 4044 East Evergreen Drive, Post Falls. If, in fact, my house was on the other side of the street, I would live in Post Falls, but I don't. So this legislation is very important to me, since it can affect very much the value of our home. I'm concerned about safety. I'm also deeply concerned about appraisals, financing. These are issues that will come up when you live in a neighborhood without building code. Years ago, I was the director of neighborhood development for the city of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And one of the things that I learned then was that legislation, like you're contemplating, doesn't show up in the first year, the second year, the third year. These are long-term consequences. And the 1 year that you have done is not adequate for evaluating what can happen to our assessments and our tax base. So I hope that you will reconsider, and I also want to thank the commissioners very much for doing this tonight. I know that one of the most difficult things for elected officials is to readdress something that has already happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking in opposition, that is to say, to keep the opt-out, Mr. Josiah Druin. Name and address, please.
My name is Josiah Druin. I live at 11590 Mawkins Bay Road. It's about as far out in the county as you can get. I'm a property owner here in Kootenai County. I'm an engineer in the aerospace industry. I designed and built my own off-grid alternative construction home that's going to be featured in Coeur d'Alene Magazine at the end of this year. Since the opt-out took effect, I have gotten 3 location permits for other buildings. What used to take months of expensive plan review, stamped engineering designs, cost thousands of dollars, took me 2 days and cost me $300 for the same thing I was already able to do 7 years ago when I started building my house. I don't have an association. I don't have a board of directors. I don't have a host of followers who can yield their time to let me speak for 10 minutes. If tonight is anything like last year, you're going to hear support for mandatory building codes from realtors, appraisers, banks, contractors, developers, people with organizations who benefit financially from the mandatory codes. We've already talked about we live here in North Idaho because we value freedom, we value property rights. The opt-out was a victory for liberty-minded conservatives, real conservatives who respect property rights. Our conversation doesn't need to be about whether building codes are good or bad. This is about giving rural property owners the choice that is our right. Mr. Brooks, when you ran for office, you called the opt-out, quote, an incredibly bad idea, and that the law, quote, was put forward by people who don't really understand what building codes are for. You're calling us ignorant about what we think is best for our own property. If you think any part of your small margin of victory last year was due to this issue, I can confidently assert it's thanks to the voters in our incorporated cities who outnumber us 5-1, who already have their own building departments and have absolutely no stake in this issue. Rural property owners, like me, like a lot of us here, wanted the opt-out. We fought for it, we got it, and I think we should keep it. So are you going to respect the will of the people who this actually affects, or are you going to side with the realtors, the bankers, the contractors, the developers, the special interests, the city dwellers, and force your will on us? If the commissioners make the wrong choice, I have a petition going. Come find me and sign it, because we're not going to give up. I hope you'll make the right choice.
Thank you. Questions? Hold the applause, please. Okay? Okay, so speaking now in favor, that is to say removing the opt-out, Savannah Casey? Here you are.
Yeah, my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Okay. I think she's given up her time. I think you're right, yeah. Okay, Christopher Jasper wants to keep the opt-out, wants to speak in opposition of the ordinance. Okay. No, he was part of it. Unless you want to look through. Okay. Speaking in favor, that is to say to remove the opt-out, Helga Wernicke? Yes, ma'am. You want to come forward? Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call a few people. This way we can stack up a little bit and we can move a little faster. Summer Bushnell, opposed. That is to say, keep the opt-out. Summer, do you wish to speak? Following Summer, Deborah Rose. Step up behind Ms. Bushnell, please. And behind Deborah Rose, Walter Sullivan. You do not wish to speak, okay? Ms. Bushnell, go right ahead. Name and address, please.
Summer Bushnell, 5006 East Portside Court, Post Falls, Idaho. I'm speaking on behalf of Northwest Properties Association. I am on the board. The discussion this evening is of the universal overlay of the Uniform Building Codes for any and all property owners outside city limits of Kootenai County. The underlying issue is the role of the state, and I am speaking to the county here as a subject of the state, to mandate to the citizenry one particular course of action in the face of a number of competing scenarios that might simultaneously unfold. In this case, Kootenai County, as one of 44 counties in the state of Idaho, is acting as a municipality and thus as an extension of the state as a whole. Percolating under this question of whether there should be an opt-in or an opt-out for some property owners who live outside of city limits is the issue of mandated adherence to the uniform building codes. Fundamental to this issue lies the thorny issue of whether our county commissioners and the administrative agents who act upon their instruction and on their behalf are truly acting in the best interests of all of us as property owners and ultimately the common good. Can and even should bureaucratic agents who are supposedly devoid of personal interest govern and exercise police power over the primary and most essential extension of personal property, one's home, one's castle, and his keep? While it is in the various stages of construction, there would seem to be two reasons to answer in the affirmative: ease of application due to uniformity of conduct from all property owners, and two, simplicity of outcome by way of elimination of variables in the construction process. In my opinion, it is not surprising that quite a significant number of people here tonight disagree with this oversimplification of the issue, myself included. Reflecting on both these issues and even far greater difficulties afflicting our nation at the present moment, here is the primary reason why. In these United States, our freedoms have always been preserved by the willingness of those who serve us at all levels of government to make the necessary distinctions between what is easy in application and those principles which are inviolable with regard to safeguarding our personal freedoms. Please consider keeping our personal freedoms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deborah Rose. Ms. Rose, hold on, please. Jim Connell, did you want to speak? I understand you wanted to speak, but I think you might have neglected to fill out one.
It's all right.
Did you want to speak?
Yes, I filled out a piece of paper.
Okay, why don't you step up behind Ms. Rose? Okay, if you can. If not, you can stay seated if it's easier for you. Go ahead.
Ready?
Proceed.
In the interest of disclosure, I want to say that I sit on the County Planning Commission, but I am speaking on my own behalf this evening.
Address, please.
27145 North Dovehaven Lane, Athol, Idaho. I've spoken with each of you individually in depth about the full range of potential ramifications the opt-out option might produce and the misdirection of the opponent's arguments. At the last opt-out hearing, I shared a story about a baby who died in a buried bus that caught on fire. This situation was the result of Bonner County's policy of freedom. A Kootenai County retired fire marshal shared with me recently he could provide me many more such stories resulting from substandard construction and incompetent labor. As you all know, I had a childhood experience where my entire family of 8 nearly died from carbon monoxide poisoning because of a landlord's construction incompetence. Just because someone wants to build a house does not mean they have the skill or the finances to build a safe and sound structure. This ordinance was promoted as an implementation of freedom and property rights. The reality is, if this was true, the opt-out option would apply to structures built for the use of the owner. As written, this ordinance has nothing to do with freedom and owner-occupied structures. It specifically applies to property owners providing license for developers to cut corners, build substandard structures, and defraud homebuyers who cannot see the actual details of construction once a home is completed. I've heard this situation is already happening in Kootenai County. This option is a fraud and deserves to be eliminated as soon as possible. I'm all for freedom. However, I draw the line when it comes to a question of safety, and I am a rural property owner. I am asking you all to let your decision-making position be used to build a safe community for all who enter buildings in Kootenai County. I encourage you to reinstate mandatory building codes. Thank you.
Jim Connell, Address, please.
Yes, Jim Connell, 1249 West Leisure Drive in Hayden.
And you're speaking, I understand, to keep the opt-out.
Correct. Keep
Okay.
the opt-out. We have a long history in this country of individual responsibility. That's what made our society great. It made our society great way back in the 18th century. Now, roughly 100 years ago, we started to lose that emphasis on individual responsibility. And in the 60s, it went wild, and it seems like it's going back to being wild again today. Fewer and fewer people are really interested in accepting responsibility for their lives, for their families, for their children, for their homes. And this seems to be particularly prevalent among the younger generation today. We need to bring that back. Now, when an individual citizen wants to take responsibility for his life and build his home on his property, we should be encouraging that. That's a benefit for our entire society. His neighbors learn from that. His sons and daughters learn from that. His grandchildren learn from that. And society becomes stronger. That's what we're after. That's, in my judgment, that's what this is about. Now, a famous statement, the government who governs least governs best. I would like to take credit for that. I can't. To the best of my knowledge, the first man who said that was named Thomas Jefferson. But that's still true today, and it applies to what we're talking about. I'm thrilled that you gentlemen and lady, that you're willing to do what you're doing, but let the people, if at all possible, take care of their own lives. Now, where they need help, and granted, there are times they'll need help. For example, when you're looking at a change in property ownership, both the buyer and the seller have to be protected. And you're entirely capable of doing that. That's not a problem. But let's encourage individual responsibility in our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to break in about 10 minutes, but I think we have time for 2 or 3 more. So our next speaker is Melissa Garland, speaking in favor, that is to say, to removal of the opt-out. Ms. Garland? You do not wish to speak, okay? In opposition, Norma White? Ms. White, do you wish to speak? May wish, yes. Okay, you're passing, all right? Derek Garland? Pass? By the way, that was removal of the opt-out. Keeping the opt-out, Robert White? Thank you, sir. And before you start, standing next would be Mr. James Adonin, if you care to speak. Not here. Okay. Larry Franklin? Does not wish to speak. Okay. Kirk David? Mr. David, do you wish to speak? So you're on deck. Go right ahead, sir. Name and address.
Hi, my name is Robert White. I live in Athol, Idaho, P.O. Box 1053, Athol. I just want to say also that I've been a general contractor, licensed general contractor for 35 years in another state. And my experience is that we talk about, we have all the big box stores, and the dirty little secret is over 90% of the homes, I would say 100% of the homes, the homeowner does work on their own home without permits. And the majority of the homes that we see do not have permits, and we don't see homes falling down, we don't see people getting hurt, and all these terrible things that everybody's trying to bring up. There is some unfortunate situations, but the majority of the people in this country work on their homes, and we don't see a huge crisis. This is not a crisis in this country. And I used to work for a lot of very rich clients, and I would go in and I would doing inspections on the home. And there would be a lot of the homes that did not have permits for a lot of things like add-ons and all that. And I never saw a problem with the banks ever denying a bank loan to people. It would just be noted that that was an unpermitted structure or something like that. So this is not a big crisis that everybody, I think, is crying here about. You know, I moved up here because I wanted freedom. I love this country. I love this county. I love the wildlife. And I came here because I wanted freedom, because I came from a place that was becoming tyrannical. And it was to the point where my life was being threatened. And so we moved here. I'm really sad. I think people have enough common sense. There's enough information out there that people can build safe homes or work on their homes safely. I don't think people want to go out and hurt themselves. And I've been all over this country. Not all places in this country have building departments, and we don't see a major problem. I think there's a lot of scare tactics saying that we have to have government looking over our back and telling us what to do and how to do everything. No, I think we are very intelligent and we can handle ourselves. And I think there is a movement among the young people that you see on a lot of the TV shows that they want to build their own homes. And they're going to a lot of places where they don't have to take out building permits, and they are building their own homes, and they're doing a very fine job.
Yeah, you're under 30 seconds.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you to keep the opt-out. And if you guys see that you can't do that, please let us have private inspectors or have our engineers sign off on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. David? And on deck behind Mr. David is Robert Bierman, but says may wish to speak. Do you? Okay, step up. Mr. David, go right ahead, please, with name and address.
Kirk David, 24010 North McCoy Road, Athol, Idaho, in the unincorporated portion of Kootenai County. I'll start out this way. I'm a Republican, but Brent Reagan does not represent my republicanism. I heard the Democrats give their version tonight, and I thought that was pretty darn good, very reasonable. Okay. A couple of different things I've heard tonight. One was about, recently here, was about taking individual responsibility, you know, that this is a good thing, and it is. I believe in freedoms. I believe in responsibility. And I believe that personal responsibility also means obeying the laws as they are. If you don't like a law, you work to change it. But while the law is the law, your personal responsibility is to abide by it. So, and I know your duties tonight that, you know, everybody's talking about here is to decide what legislatively what the law will be. And that's a tough one, but I will do one thing that I think is repeating, and I'm repeating it for the benefit of the audience, not for the benefit of you, but the county commissioners have the responsibility to consider the health, the safety, and the general welfare of the citizens of the county for the common good, not for some special interest. And I'm sorry, but Mr. Eberlein is a member of a special interest, and you have to ignore all the special interest stuff and work for the common good. And that's what I hope the audience understands, and I know you do, so you'll make your decisions according to that way. Thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you, Mr. David. Mr. Bierman, you're up next. After Mr. Bierman, we will take a 10-minute break. Go right ahead, sir.
Robert Bierman, 3918 East Garwood Road, Hayden, Idaho, 83835. You know, it occurred to me, thinking about tonight, that it must be hard to be a legislator because if there aren't any problems that need fixing, you have to think of something to do. Otherwise, you're being overpaid. And I think what we have here is a situation where we have a solution without a problem. Kind of like climate change, if I could use that analogy. Don't laugh. I think in the county, the reason I don't repeat what people said, what we have in the county is people who have made a choice to live with their own decisions. I've lived in Post Falls, I've lived in Avondale, and now I live in the rural part of Kootenai County. And my wife and I moved up there so we could make our own decisions, build our own house, plant our own garden, grow our own food, cut down some trees, run a cow or two, et cetera, et cetera. And as I learned it, the government exists to serve the people and not for the people to serve the government. And I think in this situation is a situation where a certain part of the population of Kootenai County don't need to be served by their government. And they've made that choice. And I think it's up to you as commissioners to respect that choice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the time is 7:28. We'll take a 10-minute break and resume at 7:38 promptly. Thank you.
So far, so good.
What did he say? Oh, okay. I apologize. I didn't get the last part. Okay. And I would have stopped it.
new board.
Time to resume.
Good job. It's okay. Everybody who wants to be heard is going to get heard.
But he did it too fast. He made a comment.
I believe so, yeah.
Well, what do you call this freaking resolution?
Come on, let's just get through this.
Okay, what did I do with my pen?
No, that's okay.
No.
Okay, so the time is 7:40. We're a couple of minutes late in resuming, but here we go. Coeur d'Alene Economic Development Group, also known as Jobs Plus, that's Ginny Gilliam, in favor of removal of the opt-out. Ginny has indicated that she does not wish to speak. Is that correct, Ginny? Okay, thank you. Next, keeping the opt-out, Eric Clark. Come right up, sir. Name and address, and while you're getting ready to speak, on deck is Jessica, is it Mahurin? Gone? Okay. Oh, okay. See, some people completed, okay, thank you. Also in favor, that is to say, remove the opt-out, is Nashua Mahurin, probably also gone? Okay. Okay. Colson Lohman, you're on deck. Did you wish to speak? Okay. Proceed, sir.
Thank you. My name is Eric Clark. Do I have to give my address?
I'm sorry?
Do I have to give my address?
Yes, please.
Okay. 28356 North Weir Road, Athol. And I'm in favor of, we just finished our house on the opt-out program, and it really helped us. We used a reputable builder, and who was very stringent on ensuring that the house was a solid house. And having the opt-out when we started the process, it made us ensure that we were able to keep building throughout before the winter came on, and made us finish on time rather than have a structure that was not finished before winter and delayed it and possibly could have caused additional damage because of the elements. And it also saved us a bit of money to do that, in addition to saving us the time necessary. It would have cost us an additional $15,000 with our builder had we gone with the traditional plan because of the price increase. So I think we had a tremendous advantage of taking advantage of the opt-out program, and I think it should be retained because of our experience of the benefits that we got from it, and really it just added an extra burden that was unnecessary with the current building codes. So I appreciate the time that you gave me to speak.
Great, thank you, sir. Okay, so on deck is Josh Wise, but does not wish to speak. Lisa Jensen, remove the opt-out, does not wish to speak. Laura Jones does not wish to speak. Remove the opt-out. I'm going to switch to the other side again. Chris Hobart, opposed and does wish to speak. Chris, are you still here? You're on deck. Go ahead, sir. Name and address.
My name is Colson Lohman. I live at 3609 West Sherlock Avenue. I am for keeping the opt-out. I am only 19. I've worked very hard to save up quite a chunk of cash to buy property and to build my own house. And by keeping the opt-out, it would give me the opportunity to build my house a lot. It gave me the opportunity to build my house without a lot of extra hassle. I'm very new to this, but I've had a lot of family build their own houses, very good houses. So I've not planned anything yet, but I know that this opt-out will indeed affect me. And then I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Behind Chris Hobart is Alan Dykes, a spokesman for NIBCA, that's North Idaho Builders and Contractors Association. Mr. Dykes, are you here? You're on deck. Proceed.
Chris Hobart, address is 6844 West Kearney Road, Coeur d'Alene 83814. I am also in the unincorporated area. Listen, I've listened to everything tonight. I see both sides of this argument to a degree. I got mine. I'm going to start construction this spring. As Mr. Felios pointed out, I probably have a distinct advantage in that I have been a contractor for 35 years, predominantly residential. I've appreciated the fact that how fast the process was, how fast I was able to receive the location permit, and the money it will save me through the process. And by the way, I think if anybody deserves a hand here tonight, it's that 19-year-old that was in front of me. After the meeting, we need to give him one. But I find two problems. I understand the emotion that's involved with the safety factors. I understand the rest of us, I being one of them, may sound cruel, mean, and heartless. But there's two things I found in the construction industry. One is there's no way we could write enough codes to legislate out poor craftsmanship and poor businessmen. The other is, no matter what we do, we can't legislate away stupidity. I find that most people who are living in their home want to live in a safe home. Almost all of us have been in the buildings downtown for dinner or a night out. Every one of those things was built initially, probably, more than likely, without a permit. Any of us who've been in downtown Spokane, walking around those buildings, almost the same scenario. I don't find almost anybody out there, though I know there will be a few hardheads, that want to live in an unsafe structure and won't do it right. If you're getting financing, you'll still be required to. Like you said, several had to go change it to meet bank qualifications. Others are going to be inspected by the bank's requirements. Gosh, I have this whole list and I've forgotten part of it. Anyway, I'll just cut it short. I've only got 30 seconds anyway, so my timing was impeccable. Thanks for all you guys do. My big last question is, why now, and why is this even a subject right now? Why didn't we let it run a year or two? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Did you want to address this?
Fine. Unless you do. Do you want to address it?
No, I mean, that would be you guys called it.
You sure? Did you want to address the question? Okay. No, we'll pass. Okay, so before you proceed, sir, Daniel Clement, opposed to the, wants to keep the opt-out. Mr. Clement, are you here? Yes. You're on deck. Proceed. Name and address.
My name is Alan Dykes, 1928 North 4th Street, Coeur d'Alene, representing the NIBCA. Also a home builder based in Coeur d'Alene, building in Post Falls, Coeur d'Alene, and unincorporated Kootenai County. We're speaking, our position as the NIBCA is to reinstate building codes. Quick little history, NIBCA is a nonprofit trade organization founded in 1970. We're governed by a board of directors of 17. Current membership sits at just over 200 members, comprised of builders, subcontractors, suppliers, and other industry professionals. Our purpose is to protect and promote the building industry for the benefit of our members and for the citizens of Northern Idaho. Also to challenge excessive government oversight impacting the building industry while cultivating relationships with local municipalities and regulatory bodies. Why do we want building codes reinstated? The primary reason is to protect the home buyer, to protect the industry. We believe that codes provide a standard that builders must meet in order to construct and sell a home. Codes protect the construction integrity of the build. Most buyers do not possess the expertise to identify serious defects in a home, defects that in many cases may have serious safety implications. Many buyers also do not have the financial recourse to address serious defects if they do occur. We've already heard people talk about the issues and challenges with obtaining financing on homes that have opted out, as well as insurance agencies that may either charge a higher rate or choose to not insure a home that had opted out. We believe that the eradication of the building codes, leaving the building codes out, will result in, misspoke, that not all builders will pick quality over cost savings, and that's just the economics of it. We also believe that reputable builders, of which I am one, will make mistakes. It happens in construction, and building codes make us accountable. Home inspector will not always catch defects that are buttoned up and potentially problematic, if we've seen in images that any of us know that are familiar with construction. While codes do not eliminate defects, it does require a minimum construction performance guidelines that must be adhered to. We fully support protecting our community, the industry, and citizens, and we believe reinstating building codes in the inspection process on all lots in Kootenai County should happen. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Before we begin, sir, let me call the next person up behind you. That's Dan McCracken. Mr. McCracken, do you wish to speak? Okay, so you're on deck. Proceed, sir. Name and address.
My name is Daniel Clement, and I live at 15578 North Atlas Road, which is in the unincorporated portion of Kootenai County. And I am in the building industry as a concrete guy doing foundation works and things. And my plea, I guess, is to compare, I guess, the situation to a small piece of metal that resides in France that's approximately 3 feet long, that's made out of some cool alloy, and it stays in a climate-controlled box, and it's the standard by which all measurement is made throughout the entire world. The inches we use in the United States of America is based on this metal rod, which is 1 meter, that has, been decided amongst men is the definition of what a meter length is. And as a subsequent to that, a cool guy from a Scandinavian country made these cool blocks that are finely precision ground to very exacting standards that makes it extremely easy to manufacture en masse accurately produced parts that interchange with each other, and it's catapulted society by leaps and bounds. And my contention is that we can go to great lengths to standardize the quality and robustness of our buildings and homes and structures, or we could hold human beings, men and women, to a higher standard. And so my plea would be to encourage the growth and development and character development of the people that live in our community, rather than worship, so to speak, at the idols of homes that we live in. So I would suggest that we allow a small subset of the people that live in the rural community of Kootenai County the option of being able to develop their own personal character. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on deck, is it Michael Moore? Yes, sir. Do you wish to speak? Okay, you're on deck. Sir, you want to come forward, name and address, please?
Yeah, Dan McCracken, 3602 North Buckskin Road in Coeur d'Alene. I'm a licensed civil engineer, and I'm in favor of getting rid of the opt-out for the building permit. A couple points I wanted to make. One is the couple of folks have brought up the point of whether or not someone lives in the rural area or if they're in one of the incorporated cities. I do live in one of the incorporated cities, but I want to point out that just because I don't live in the unincorporated area, there's thousands of people in the county that don't necessarily live in the unincorporated area, but I have 2 kids in elementary school. They go to birthday parties all the time at folks who live outside of town. Every summer we go and stay at friends' house out on the lake. You go 4th of July weekend, if you're out boating on the lake, you'll see hundreds of houses on the shoreline that have decks perched over 20 feet above the ground, with a couple dozen family members sitting on there that may or may not be residents of Kootenai County. So the safety standards are in place to protect the general public, not just the property owner. So I wanted to make that point. And then the other point I wanted to make is just kind of, I think, the perspective of how we view the building code. And as a civil engineer, I really view that the building code is there to protect the health and safety of the public. And it's evolved certainly over the years. Every year there's tweaks to the building codes, updated to try and address real issues that have come up around the country in terms of issues with building safety. So when you're incorporating those building codes, having a building permit, I really view it as a public service to help enforce the building codes, and it's one of the services that's the responsibility of the county to enforce that building code, which is there to protect the public. And if someone's filing for a building permit, I think if they're viewing it as a big inconvenience, I think that's a matter of execution in terms of how the county is going about their process to enforce the code. When I do plans as an engineer, I always have a peer review that. And I view that as an important service that I'm getting from a colleague to check my work and make sure that I've applied things correctly. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to catch everything, and it's similar with the building permit process, that the plan review and the inspection process is there to check and find mistakes and make corrections in order to protect public health.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, you're up. And while you're approaching the microphone, Ms. Sarah McCracken, you're going to pass? Okay. Thomas Hanley wants to keep the opt-out, may wish to speak. Yes, sir? Yes, I'll speak. Okay, so you're on deck then. Proceed, sir.
Good evening. My name is Michael Moore. I live at 6562 West Harbor Drive, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I am a board member of the Northwest Property Owners Alliance, and I am also a member of the Coeur d'Alene Association of Realtors. I am offering truncated statements tonight because of the 3-minute rule. I had a much longer statement prepared, but this is just the tail end of that. So I'd like to ask, if the opt-out scenario is summarily discarded, what are we to make of the essential idea of one's home being an extension of oneself, and that concept which Americans have held sacred, private property rights? Is this not the very heart of what is commonly known as the Castle Doctrine and all of the law that follows from it? Having served 2 terms in the Montana State Legislature a decade ago, I well recall the siren song and low resonance droning that seemed to mark my daily approach to the state capitol. It was the perpetual murmur of bureaucrats, lobbyists, and tenured legislators incessantly chanting, "Conform, conform, conform. There shall be no independent thought processes here. Conform, conform. Let those who know better than you handle all of the details." The post-war columnist and historian Russell Kirk identifies our true philosophical underpinnings in his book, The American Cause. I quote, "The American revolutionary leaders and the framers of the Constitution believed that true justice can be obtained through recognizing the legitimate claim of each man to the expression of his own talents and his own personality, so long as they do not infringe unduly upon the rights and contentment of other people. And hence the saying, to each his own. It means that every man has the right to seek the fulfillment of his own peculiar nature, to develop to the full the abilities which God has given him within the bounds of charity and duty. But herein lies a delicate balance. For in a just society, charity and duty must be self-evident to the average man according to his faculties and natural law. Should, however, our culture no longer foster such virtuous behavior, there is no means by which the state, nor any subset thereof, impose it without simultaneously sundering the delicate fabric of our once great republic. For the republic itself is built upon virtue. Does this sound familiar? We give you a republic if you can keep it. As part and parcel of this discussion, should we not be asking just why is it that men and women choose to live life in the country over life in the city in the first place? Is it not due to the greater degree of personal freedom and the hard reality of that self-reliance which formed and forged this nation from the depths of the wilderness at its outset? Commissioners, please think through all of the options at your disposal, and at the very least, if reimposition of building codes is to be the choice that you ultimately pursue, we beseech you that independent inspectors be the means by which they are enforced.
Okay, your time's up, sir. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're over your time.
Thank you.
You're over your time now. Mr. Hanley, you're up. And you are also opposed to the, you want to keep the opt-out?
That is correct.
Okay.
You're going to call the next person?
Okay, Jim Connell has already spoken. Yeah, he's already spoken. Okay. Yeah, that's all right. Well, no, he's here. Oh, yeah, that's right. He goes here. Okay, so on deck is J.D. Owen, Bunnell Road. Also wants to remove the opt-out and may wish to speak. And I'll just go for a couple of others. Proceed, sir. Name and address.
Thank you. My name is Tom Hanley. I live at 969 South Signal Point Road, Post Falls. I'm in the unincorporated area. I also live in the rural zone. Honorable Commissioners, I learned. I have scribbled notes here. I made my notes mentally while driving over here, eating a hamburger from McDonald's because I didn't have a lot of time, and I scribbled some stuff down as I sat down here. I've been living in the area now for 12 years, and I'm not from these parts. I was raised in New Jersey, and following schooling, I joined the military where I served for 30 years. That gave me an opportunity to live in a lot of places, see a lot of countries, see a lot of states, a lot of the United States. And I decided that I moved to Idaho so I could have a, for a number of reasons, but one of which was not to live in a nanny state or under socialism. And so I moved out to Idaho here where I thought it would be, and it is, a far more conservative area and state. And for me, that conservative nature also extends into the greater liberties. And so therefore, that would apply to building permits, in my opinion. Let's see what else I got here, sorry.
Too much hamburger.
Pardon me? Okay. So in any case, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Commissioners, former Commissioner Bob Bingham and Mark Eberlein for giving us the opt-out version here so we don't have to get permits for everything. I did take that opportunity to build myself a very sturdy, what I consider a very attractive pole barn this past fall. It was a very painless process. It was less expensive than getting a permit, and my guess is it's going to stay standing for a long time. One of my presentation, had I had the time, was I was going to have pictures on the wall showing structures that were put up 20, 30, 50, 100 years ago in some cases, and much longer, that didn't get permits, and they're still standing up and no one died. So,
we know that.
In any case, let's see what I got for a wrap-up here for you. So I'm asking you, though, to please don't administratively protect me, we the people, from ourselves. And I thank you for letting me provide my input and everyone else's input tonight. Appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you, sir.
No? Thank you.
So behind Mr. J.D. Owen is John Flynn, wants to keep the opt-out and wishes to speak. So, Mr. Flynn, you're on deck. J.D. Owen, proceed, please. Name and address.
J.D. Owen, 3233 South Bonnell Road, Coeur d'Alene. I stand before you this evening nervous as all get out because I'm not good at public speaking. But I do acknowledge and recognize that you represent a form of what I would call necessary government, as I would consider community development and a building department and inspections a part of necessary government. And I'm going to borrow a passage from a book I recently read to quote, despise, now I forgot it. Despise chaos and seek order. I would implore you to rise above the influences of special interests, political factions, and conduct your deliberations on an issue which is no more than allowing people to choose which rules they want to play by in seeking residency in Kootenai County. This is no different than playing in any other type of game and being allowed to choose which rule you want to play by. So I would ask that you rise, the commissioners, to rise above that and repeal the opt-out so that we may restore order and not have chaos. And now chaos can be described as many things, but I'd submit to you this evening that it's staring you in the face. If you look out here, and to Mr. Callahan's point, it's been a very decisive issue, and it would not have evolved to where it's at today if it had not been suggested that I, because I'm a resident in unincorporated Kootenai County, should get to play by different rules. You need to maintain rules for all of us. What I'd ask that you be fair and considerate to the public at large in your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Flynn, you're up next.
Yes, my name is John Flynn, 3069 West Smoke Tree Avenue in unincorporated Athol.
Okay, hold on, sir. John Haig does not wish to speak. Hold on, sir. And he wanted to keep the opt-out. Linda Littlejohn, is Linda here? Okay. Wants to keep the opt-out, does wish to speak. Mr. Flynn, proceed, please.
Yes, I'm not really affiliated with any groups in the county, and I'm not here on some kind of theoretical kind of issue.
That's all right.
But I am a person who I support the opt-out, but I actually opted in, okay? I bought my house in north part of the county, 2013, the main house, and then there was an auxiliary structure that was next to it. I went down to the county and I said, hey, what do I need to do to get this structure up to code? And I found out it wasn't even permitted, so I got all the permits and I contacted the state. I contacted the state for plumbing and electricity. Then I found out that the opt-out was possible. So I came to the meeting, it was a year or so ago. I came to the meeting and I listened to what everybody had to say. And I want to mention, first of all, that my main house that's on my property, I got it with the VA loan, okay? That VA loan had a VA appraiser, it had a VA inspector, I had my own inspector, I had, all kinds of, supposed to be the checks and balances that were in place in order that I would be buying this safe home. Well, during the time that I've had trying to get this cabin permitted and everything, I've done a lot of research on the building code. And what I found was that my main house, even though it was permitted, it has a certificate of occupancy, there's a lot of things that my main house didn't even conform with. Things like spacing of balusters, the electrical and the plumbing lines weren't marked the way they were supposed to be, but yet my house is supposedly this safe house that the county, that the state, everybody said was a safe structure. But I went ahead, even after the opt-out, I went ahead and stayed with my permit. And the reason being is because I'm not an expert. To be honest with you, the people from the building department are really helpful. The state inspectors have told me some things that I didn't know about that I wouldn't have known. But there's been a lot of falsehoods that I've seen through these two meetings. Okay, one is that you cannot get home insurance if you opt out. I called the Farm Bureau, my agent. I said, hey, what happens if I want to insure an opt-out building? He told me, we do our own inspections anyway. We don't take the words of the county inspector. We do our own. They told me that the fire department won't fight a fire unless they know you have a permit. I know that's not true. I was in law enforcement for 30 years. I know that the fire department makes their decisions based on what they're fronted with. I know I'm running out of time here. Lastly, we've paid a lot of money to live where we live. I have 3 neighbors. 2 of them have gotten the opt-out for structures and 1 for a pole barn. I don't even see them.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Littlejohn, you're next. On deck is, Eric Devereaux, but does not wish to speak. Eric Longden wants to keep the opt-out, does not wish to speak. I'll flip to the other side now. So we do have Linda Littlejohn. You're standing up. John Flynn, you might have appeared twice. Okay, from Athol. Dave Sharp wants to keep the opt-out and does wish to speak. Is Mr. Sharp here? You're on deck. Ms. Littlejohn, proceed, please. Name and address.
Linda Littlejohn, 33213 North Sheep Springs Road in unincorporated Athol. I'm here today. I've sent this message out to all the commissioners, and so they've seen it, but I want the public to hear it as well. Article 1, Declaration of Rights. Section 1, Inalienable Rights of Man. All men are by nature free and equal and have certain inalienable rights, among which are enjoying and defending life and liberty, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, pursuing happiness, and securing safety. The preceding is from the Idaho State Constitution. Please note that these rights listed are for the individual, not for the government. I am writing to urge the keeping of the opt-out option for building inspection permits and permits for individuals in the unincorporated Kootenai County. No man can be considered free when they have to ask for and pay for permission to use their own private property as they see fit. As long as a person is not doing something that endangers their neighbors, they should be allowed to do it. When we build a house or a barn or other outbuilding, we are not building it for the enjoyment and use of some potential future owner. We are building it for our use and our pleasure. I will skip some of it because it's already been covered. I have a quote here from an essay entitled On Property written by then Congressman James Madison. This term, in its particular application, means that dominion which one man claims and exercises over the external things of the world, in exclusion of every other individual. In its larger and juster meaning, it encompasses everything to which a man may attach a value and have a right, and which leaves to everyone else the like advantage. In the former sense, it's man's land or merchandise or money is called his property. In the latter sense, a man has a property in his opinions and the free communication of them. In a word, a man is said to have a right in his property. He may equally be said to have a property in his rights. And a final thing is from William Pitt the Younger in 1783, arguing before Parliament. Necessity is the plea for every infringement of human freedom. It is the argument of tyrants. It is the creed of slaves. I would like you to please keep the opt-out option for those in the unincorporated area of Kootenai County. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Sharp, you're up. Carolyn Thompson is next, but wants to keep the, wants to keep the opt-out, but does not wish to speak. Opposed, keep the opt-out. Okay. So, Mr. Sharp, just hold with us a moment, please. Okay, this isn't the wrong one. What's happened? We've got some of these are mixed up, so we've got to get them together here. There's a neutral. Okay, while we're waiting, Kevin, is it Harland? 2869 West Conklin Road, neutral. Does not indicate whether he wishes to speak. Okay, so what we'll do in the interest of time here, James Johnson wants to keep the opt-out, may wish to speak. Yes. Mr. Johnson, are you here? Yes, I am. Do you wish to speak? Okay, you're on deck. Proceed, Mr. Sharp. Name and address.
My name's Dave Sharp. It's 12648 West Sun Meadow Road, Morley, Idaho. All right, I opted out on my building permit, which I paid for. A little history. My building permit, I live in a special restricted residential area. Means I can see the lake. So the county decides that I should have to have a home before I could have any other building built on my own property. Well, anyways, that was a few years ago. $6,800 later with a permit, $4,000 in engineering costs, site disturbance permits, you name it. I mean, and I think I got 3 inspections in the total time of having that permit while I'm building my house. I know more about my house than the building department and you. I don't know how many up on this stage have built their own house with their own hands from start to finish. Well, I have. I've got a roughly 6,000 square foot house. It's concrete. It's timber frame. I made a mistake to build more than 4,000 square feet. So I have to sprinkle it too, another rule that they came up with. Because for my safety, well, the one thing I don't hear tonight about is individual freedom. The freedom of the individual. What I do with my house, what I do with my land, what I do with my life is my business, not yours. This isn't a nanny state. We don't need you to look down and tell us what's good for me, what keeps me safe. That's my responsibility, not yours. So I look for the government to back off, leave me alone, mind your own business. You got something better to do with nothing to do with your time, go plant a garden. Get off my back, leave me alone. I can live my life just fine without you telling me how to put my boot. Oh no, you got to put the left one on first, not the right one. The end of this thing with the opting out is I own the property, or do you own the property? Do you have the ability to come build it for me? If you make me permit it, which you do, if you change that rule, are you held any kind of responsibility? Do you have any recourse that if my house was to burn down and it was permitted, it was sprinkled and it still burned down, are you liable in any form and fashion? No. But you make me liable to come and answer to you, well, I don't really like it that way. I think you should do this. Well, then you do it yourself and leave me alone. That's my opinion. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hold off, folks. Okay. Mr. Joe Thompson, you want to keep the opt-out, may wish to speak, is that correct? Okay, so you're going to pass. I'm taking more from one pile because it's a bigger pile. Paula Surratt wants to keep the opt-out, does not wish to speak. Patrick Barb, opposed to the opt-out, does not wish to speak. Mr. Robinson Caravelle Road, opposed to the opt-out, does not wish to speak. Rick Robinson. I'm sorry, they want to keep the opt-out. Forgive me. Okay. It says opposed, but opposed means keep the opt-out. Most of the last few that I've indicated are opposed, but keeping the opt-out. Mr. Rick Robinson also wants to keep the opt-out, does not wish to speak. Michael Burgess, you gave your time, sir. Okay. Also opposed, wants to keep the opt-out. Renee Burgess, keep the opt-out, does not wish to speak. James Johnson, keep the opt-out, may wish to speak.
Right here.
Do you wish to speak, sir?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Right.
The guy at the microphone.
So did you fill out 2 of them?
No, just took one. Need a secretary up there?
Life happens. Oh, okay. 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 So hold on a second, please, sir. Okay. And then Brandy Rollins wants to keep the opt-out, may wish to speak. Do you? Yes. You're on deck, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Johnson, proceed, please.
Thank you. Name is James Johnson. I'm at 18067 North Ramsey Road. I live out of the city, and I live there for a reason. I moved here for a reason. This is about liberty. This is about personal freedom. And a couple years ago, when the opt-out came in, I picked up and moved here, and that was a big part of that. I've got lots of money invested in moving my business here and bringing a business to this county. I've got money invested in buying my property to start building the house that I want to live in and the way I want to live. Now, on a couple people on a desk are going to make a decision and change all of that. My personal freedoms, you want to talk about screwing me out of a lot of money and my freedoms, you make this quick little decision up there that is going to totally flip my life. I came here for that reason. This is a great place. And there were personal options where I can say, I want to build my house. I can finally do it the way I want to. There are alternatives out there that trying to get them through you guys would be a nightmare. And I could do those here. Because at a personal level, as the owner, I could opt out of that and do what I want to do on my property. I'm not coming in here to make profits. I'm not building houses. It's already written in there. That stuff is taken out. Those people are not coming in here. They're not the ones building houses. They're not flipping disaster zones. Everybody I've heard up here against this is somebody that's got their financial income tied to it. You, your wife, building inspectors, building companies, all this other stuff, that's their income, not mine. I'm just a guy. I'm a little guy here. I'm here for that freedom that you're about to take away with some crappy little decision. It's not affecting all these big businesses. They make their money off all that crap. The more hoops you got to jump through, great. Now you got to hire all these people. You got to do all these things. That's what they're there for. They make big bucks off it. You guys make big bucks off it. All your pockets are filled. I'm the one screwed. I think that it's a really bad thing that everybody up here, this isn't, a lot of legal jumble I've heard tonight. I didn't have a speech planned, any of that. You're here, all this legal stuff, we didn't get a chance to vote. Where's my call in all this? Who's going to reimburse me for everything I've done to get here, for the freedom that was supposed to be here? It was your law. I went by your rules. I played by the rules, and now I'm going to be screwed with the decision you make. So give that some thought and sleep on that tonight.
Question for you. When did you move here?
2 years ago.
That was before the opt-out.
We've been looking for a long time, and this was one of our spots. As soon as that went through, we knew this was the place.
Okay.
Well, no, when did the opt-out go through?
1 year. A year ago.
A year ago.
A year ago.
So
A year
you
ago,
moved here
April.
when there was no opt-out.
Right, they were looking at all that stuff. It was all talk. When it went through, that's when we finalized everything.
Any more questions? Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Brandy Rollins wants to keep the opt-out, may wish to speak. Yeah, just lower it.
Tip it down. There you go.
Hi, my name's Brandy Rollins. I live at 14927 South Highway 3, Cataldo.
Okay, let me pause you for a moment. Bobby Lynch, you want to pause the time, please? Bobby Lynch, oh, great, okay. Wants to keep the opt-out, does not wish to speak? Okay, Glenn Bledsoe, keep the opt-out, wishes to speak. Is Mr. Bledsoe here? You're on deck. Proceed, please.
I'd just like to say I know I'm rural when you live at Rose Lake and your nearest post office is 5 or 6 miles away. I like my privacy. I like being out in the middle of town. What I'd like to share with you is my experience with Kootenai County. 2 years ago, I had a pole building installed by a contractor that I hired. Kootenai County for my area indicated that I needed a Class C snow load, which is a minimum of 60 pounds. I talked to the contractor. I told him I wanted at least that because I've lived here my whole life. I know what kind of snow we can have and what can happen when snow freezes and things don't slide like they should. What I found out, because when you hire a contractor, they do their permitting with Kootenai County themselves. You just sign the paperwork. How many people have done that? I checked on the permit prior to the trusses being received, and I found out that the contractor had approved a 50-pound snow load and the county had signed off on it. So I called the county to find out why it didn't meet their code, because if I had done this and not stamped it was in the engineer's sign, or stamp, I'm sorry, it would not have gone through, I'm quite sure. So I went back to the contractor and I made him fix it. But I wasn't very impressed with the process that I had to hire somebody. The money I spent on permitting could have gone back into the building and other upgrades that I could have opted into. And I think I could have worked with the contractor direct and gotten a very decent project. So what I'd like to say is not all rural homeowners are going to skip things even if they opt out. Thank you for your time.
Very quick question for you. When did you build the shop?
2 years ago.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. I'll switch over to those who want to remove the opt-out. Shirley Taggart. Ms. Taggart, do you wish to speak? I guess not. Okay. Eric Foskin, remove the opt-out, does not wish to speak. Colleen East, remove the opt-out, does not wish to speak. David Pluff, remove the opt-out, does not wish to speak. I'll move back to the other side. Are you Mr. Bledsoe?
Yes.
You are. Okay, hold on. Mike Bauer, keep the opt-out. No indication. You want to speak, sir? You're on deck. Okay, Mr. Bledsoe, it's yours.
Okay. Glenn Bledsoe. I live in 1927982 North Timber Ridge in Twin Lakes, Rathdrum Zip. And so unincorporated. Got 20 acres up against inland paper, beautiful place up on the mountain. And I am in favor of keeping the opt-out and reducing. I'm in favor of liberty. There's been so many great comments in favor of liberty. My ancestors were pioneers. They came here in 1686 or 1668 from England to Virginia. And one of them was the first sheriff of Culpeper, Virginia. And his sons then traveled with Daniel Boone. They were part of the Long Hunters. They built the first masonry fort in Nashville, Tennessee. They went hunting without permits. They built structures without permits. They settled this land without permits. And I've been here for 25 years. I'm a political refugee from California, of course. It was the land of my birth. I'm 58 years old.
I've seen government encroachments increase. I started packing my bags as I watched the LA riots. It's time to get out of California. So here I come to North Idaho 25 years ago, and in 25 years I've seen more and more encroachments of California ways coming into the cities, and city folk telling country folk how to live. And this country was settled by country folk. And so if you have any knowledge of the history of America, you could see founded by pioneers, founded by country folk. And liberty was stronger with the country folk. The country prospered under country folk. And as basically people learned to be more dependent, more comfortable in the cities, they tend to want to be taken care of more and not as responsible. So I think I just want to encourage you to keep the opt-out. And like it says on the Liberty Bell, proclaim liberty throughout the land.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's see, on deck, is Brian Eider here? Yes. Do you wish to speak? Okay, you're also, you want to keep the opt-out? You're on deck. Sir, proceed. Name and address.
My name is Mike Bauer, 4261 East Half Round Bay Road, Harrison, unincorporated. That's Carlin. I support, my wife and I moved here 6 years ago. We've used the opt-out twice in the last year. We support keeping it, which is, I guess, to reverse it, oppose your motion. My dad built a house for us boys in Bakersfield, California in 1951 out of the Sears catalog. We were raised in it. That was how I learned to, I guess, be independent and responsible for my own behavior. When I moved here 6 years ago, I went through the land code reform insurrection. It was nothing like this hearing. It was pitchforks and torches. That's what brought our new director of development here. But what I learned then was that there's an awful lot of people over there in Metamont and over on the east side that don't really go along with all the stuff that goes along in the city. And as I looked at the situation, I realized that a little bit of noise sometimes pays off. That was stopped. In this situation, when we moved in 6 years ago, we met the Planning Development Department early on because we bought a piece of property with a defect. It had an accessory living unit that was too large and unpermitted. And the only option we were given 6 years ago was to split the property from the main house. We didn't want to do it. I went to my builder, Gary Campbell. I said, can you get me a barn? The elk are getting into my hay. I've got horses. I need a barn. He says, the planning department told me you're red tagged. You're not getting any permits on this property. Well, that was an 850 house. And that wasn't going to do it, so I defied you. I built a barn, okay? And it sat there for, what, 5 years now? Until this came along, it was my opportunity to correct the defect in the accessory living unit and to correct the barn, which I did. And I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate the old commissioners having the, I guess, gumption to do this in the face of quite a bit of opposition. I want to tell you a very short story. I had 2 site inspections on my property, and this is for the director. And I had the site inspector come out for the barn and the accessory living unit, and we walked through. He really had nothing to do. Is it where I said it was going to be? Yes, it was. He wanted to talk. We chatted. I said, look what these conservative commissioners did. They gave me the opportunity to make my place legal and saved me actually hundreds of thousands of dollars in lawyers and suing the county and suing the old owner and all this nonsense. And I said, look what these conservative guys did. And he says, they're not conservative, they're crazy. He says, I'm conservative.
I'd have to stop you there, sir. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Okay, is this Mr. Ryder?
Yes.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, sir, hold on so we can get somebody on deck behind you.
My name is Brian Eider. I
Yeah,
reside
hold on, we won't start yet. Jack Barb, keep the opt-out, wishes to speak. Mr. Barb, okay, you're on deck. Proceed, sir.
Thank you for your time. My name is Brian Eider. I live at 2202 East Dodd Road in Hayden, and I'm a contractor here in Coeur d'Alene. I own a small company, CDA Structures, been building for 15 years in Kootenai County and the surrounding areas. I've seen a lot, and I want to say I fully support building permits and building departments for all public facilities, hands down. I don't disagree with that at all. When the opt-out was first established, me and my team were deeply concerned about what that might do to the reputation that we and multiple other builders in Kootenai County have established. In 2005, we had a huge boom and then a bust, and a lot of builders went out of business. They took money from people. That put a black eye on our industry. That's food. That's money that puts food on my table for my 4 children and the over 70 employees that work for me that also reside in this county and surrounding. So it's really important for us as builders to keep an eye on what's going on and make sure that we protect our customers and our reputations for where we live. And you know, we've built, like I said, for over 15 years. Last year we pulled 87 permits with Kootenai County, so I'm very familiar with the permitting department with Kootenai County and the gentleman sitting up there. I'm not very familiar with you guys, but hi. You guys have processed, as far as the building department, commercial and residential permits for us in 2018 at a stellar pace. I'm sure it was due to the fact that you guys had a reduced workload because of the opt-out program. We had commercial permits go through. I thought they were like ag exempt because they were 3 to 6 weeks. It was amazing. Granted, I have a great engineering firm that does our work, and they're very used to the way you guys tick. But still, the typical process of 12 to 14 to 16 to 18 weeks to get a commercial project off the ground was 3 to 6 weeks. It was awesome. And it's not that the fact that they probably care more or care less. It's just that they finally had time to do their job. They've been so overly swamped for the last 10 years with our growth. I don't hold it against them. We try and help. We try and bring in permit applications that are proper and filled out and proper engineering with a stamp on them. We've helped hundreds and hundreds of customers over the year that have just bought property. These are retired firefighters and Southern Californians that are buying property that have projects that don't have permitted structures already on them. It's been very difficult to deal with. These are people that are going to continue to build without permits, whether there's laws or not. These people break the laws, they speed. I mean, after all, the Autobahn, it's 5 times safer than the United States highways, and there's no speed limit, right? So we just got done building an airplane hangar for the head engineer for the Dreamliner 787 on Highway 41 through an opt-out. His statement clearly stated, "We support the residential opt-out program and we love it." Made a
Okay, I
huge
need to
difference in
stop
getting
you
it
now.
started.
I'm sorry, time's up.
I'm fairly neutral. I just like people to have a choice.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Barb, you're up next. Let me just call the person who is on deck. And let's see. Forrest Brooks wants to keep the opt-out. May wish to speak? You do wish to speak, sir? So you're on deck. Okay, Mr. Barb, proceed.
Jack Barb. I live at 16322 West Riverview Drive in Kootenai County, but it's Post Falls, right on the other street, side of the street. Anyway, my house was built in 1895 and without a permit. And a lot of work's been done to it. And but through the years, and by the time I bought it, you know, get a home inspector. He goes in there, looks at it, and goes, "Oh, you got this, that, and the other, this, that, and the other." Got it. That's what they do. If you did anything, forget permits, require a home inspector. That should be required. anyway, so for people, I'm an engineer. I'm a builder. I specialize in remodeling old houses. My special interests are my wife and my 9 children. So if anyone wants to know what group I'm from. I like the opt-out. I think I moved here from New Jersey. Again, another one. But you know, because I wanted a good place to raise my children. And if you want somebody who thinks on their feet and is fully reliable, doesn't need anybody's help, any of my children can do all that stuff. And there's a reason I moved out in the county, so they can do and learn all these different things and everything else. I didn't move here for the opt-out, but when it came, I was like, wow, that's really nice. Now you have to pull it out, or you know. But it was a breath of fresh air when it came, and it was a glimpse of perhaps why I moved to Idaho, because this is still the land of the free and the brave and everything else. So I think other people should be jealous, and there's other reasons why, you know, I think everybody should have the opt-out thing. But if you live in a city, okay, well, you're starting to get a little tight group there and everything else. But for the people in the county, as far as the building department, I've been pulling permits since '92. I've gone through the building department a lot for Kootenai County. They're great guys. I don't think it was a workload thing. I think you guys were rough at first, and then you got better, and now you're just on that trajectory. You're really good. Getting a permit isn't hard. I don't think it costs that much money, although recently I've been required to get a hydraulic engineer and a wetlands engineer to come out and say, no, that's not wetlands, and yes, you've got enough water for another well. But I think that freedom. And back east also, where I moved from, they require, the requirements get more and more and more. And it's a slippery slope where you stop. They require a licensed architect for a 10 by 10 addition on your house. So I think that's a little crazy. I think Kootenai County guys come out there and look up, you build a good job, and move on. Anyway, thank you for your time.
You know, Mr. Barb, you said you were originally from New Jersey?
Yes. Don't hold it against me.
That's okay. I have family in New Jersey. Time for a little levity here. When we left New York City and moved to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, one of my fellow engineers, well, I wasn't an engineer, but one of our engineers said to me, if they ever gave the U.S. an enema, it would be in New Jersey. I have to agree with him.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, you're up next. On deck, Jeff Silbow, if you wish to speak, wants to keep the opt-out. Is Mr. Silbow here? No? Okay. Doug Duncan, do you wish to speak, sir? No. He said no. No, okay. Does want to keep the opt-out. Edward Skip, is it Giro? Giroux. Okay, you do wish to speak? Yes, sir. Okay, you're on deck. You don't want to get up yet? Oh, okay. Okay, proceed, sir.
My name is Forrest Brooks, and I live at 475 South Prestige Court, Post Falls, which is on the south side of the river, up on the hill, down the road from Mr. Barb. My background is we moved here in 16. That was before this all happened, so we got a permit from the county. And my experience with the county was fine, but we did have one bad problem on the permits in that after we got the certificate of occupancy, we moved in and we couldn't figure out why my crawl space was always wet. And we found out, eventually we figured it out, is that the state had blown the plumbing inspection, and one of the bathtubs was the plumbing was going straight into the crawl space. And that's why we never could get it dry. So just because you have permits doesn't mean that you're going to not have problems, and that was a bad one. But I think other people have spoken on the philosophical side tonight, and I won't try to address that.
Thank you.
But on a more practical side, to me, I think I understand why we're here, because two of you up there, basically in the election, were very strong in your position and what you felt was right, and that's why we're here now. But I think I primarily think that you're very premature and that you've only, I agree with everybody that this is a major change. And what I've heard tonight is a lot of speculation as to what the impact was by making the change without a lot of specific information as to pluses or minuses, what was good or bad. I think you're way premature in only letting it run a major change of this time for 1 year. And among yourselves and among the people here, there is very little hard data on what the impact actually was, financially or otherwise. And I think it's premature to only give it 1 year to run. Philosophically, I agree with it completely, but I'm willing to be swayed by data. But I haven't heard much data presented that's solid and specific. There's speculation. Your wife shows wonderful pictures of problems, but they're all in another county. I'd be wonderful for her to show pictures of those type of problems in Kootenai County that have come up in the last year, but she doesn't. She just shows what is speculating that's also going to happen here. You know, and so I sort of wonder if this meeting is already preordained because of what was said during the elections. You know, and the one quote that Mr. Brooks made that wasn't very complimentary of those of us that were on the other side. He wanted us to get out and don't let the door hit us on the way out. He was quoted as, and to me, I think that's being antagonistic to, that's not a constructive thing to have said, you know, for proper deliberation.
Okay, time's up.
Thank
you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, so is it Mr. Jaro?
Edward Skip Giroux.
Giroux.
Yeah, who's on deck?
J-I-R, is it you?
Yep.
Okay, Giroux. Okay, hold on, Sarah. Let's see who we've got on deck. I'm going to flip to the other side now. Carolyn Jocelyn wants to remove the opt-out. Do you wish to speak? No. No? Okay. Emily Dishman wants to remove the opt-out, may wish to speak. Ms. Dishman? You don't need to speak, okay. Nancy Pluff, remove the opt-out, does not wish to speak. Wow. This individual lives at 1930 North in Post Falls. It looks like Chebelik. In favor, does not wish to speak. Well, since you don't wish to speak, I guess I don't need to try to decipher the name. But the first name is Jill. Is that correct? Gil. Gil? Okay. And the last one who wants to remove the opt-out, Lindsay Allen. Do you wish to speak? You do? Okay. So you're on deck. Mr. Giroux, you're up.
Good evening, commissioners, staff, and fellow citizens. I'm here to support my rural friends and neighbors to continue the opt-out program. 10 years ago, my wife and I started searching for a place to live, to build a house, after we spent 10 years traveling around this great country in Canada. We started that after I retired from the Army in 1997 after 31 years. We moved up here because we had already looked in Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Colorado, Oregon, and Washington. We found our home 20 miles away from where my wife was born and raised in Hayden Lake. That house we found 4 years ago. We decided we would start doing something with it. We decided that we wanted to do a little farming, a little organic farming, maybe have a pig or a cow, maybe some chickens. And so we wanted to build a greenhouse. And we wanted to build that greenhouse to a size that we thought would fit our requirements. So what we did is we actually have found out at that time that we needed a permit to build a greenhouse. And at that time, we found out that Kootenai County and the County Community Building company, service is actually the homeowner association for us ruralites. They give us the rules and tell us what to do. So we went to build that greenhouse and we asked for the permit, and we found out that the permit would be more expensive than the greenhouse. So we were devastated, and we decided to put our property up for sale because of that. Thank goodness the commissioners of last year decided to vote for the opt-out program. Otherwise, we were selling our property because we couldn't do what we wanted to do. That's the only reason we're here. I don't know any other reason. We need to stop messing around with this, guys. Here's just like it was said a minute ago. We've had this program online for 1 year. We started out with you guys deciding that we wanted to repeal and replace the program. Now it's repeal. At least come up with a replacement program before you repeal this one, and give it a couple of years, or 3 or 4, to figure out what the heck the cost is. Thank you, commissioners, for your time. Thank you all for being here to support this program.
I have a question.
Sir?
Sir.
Sir? Mr. Giroux, there's a question here for you.
Hi, Mr. Brooks.
I have a question. Did you get your greenhouse built?
No, sir, but I got my $300 permit because we opted out.
Did you opt out so you can
I also have my $500
Time's
permit
up. Come on,
because
folks,
we
stop.
opted out for the dog.
Stop, please.
But you did get your foot in the door.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Got my foot in the door, but I want my
Good.
neighbors to get their feet in the door. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Allen, you're up. In favor? Okay, you want to remove the opt-out? You wish to speak? After Ms. Allen is done, we will once again take a 10-minute break.
My name's Lindsay Allen, 218 South 10th Street, Coeur d'Alene. None of us has control over the occurrences of hazards in our community. Mitigation efforts such as building codes, adoption, and enforcement is one of the strongest strategies jurisdictions can take to protect a community against the effects of natural hazards. Mitigation increases occupant health and safety during a disaster, protects our local tax base, ensures continuity of essential services, and supports more rapid recovery from disasters, all of which are vital to establish today in our fast-growing community. The primary intent of early building codes was to reduce the fire risk, but over time their scope has broadened. Today, building codes are a set of regulations that address structural integrity, fire resistance, safe exits, lighting, ventilation, and construction materials. They specify a minimum requirement to safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of building occupants. In our geographic location, the risk of severe damage from floods, high winds, wildfires, snowstorms, and other natural events is great and sometimes unavoidable. Adoption of effective enforcement of up-to-date building codes is the best line of defense against such severe events. It is critical that property owners, planners, designers, contractors, elected officials, emergency managers, and other decision makers understand the building codes and their values, as well as support the adoption, use, and enforcement of codes. As we grow as a community, we can't afford to affect the vitality of our economy and safety of our residents by opting out. Theories about saving money and having fewer headaches with dealing from the county seem logical at first until you decide to unpack the unintended consequences of opting out. Here in Kootenai County, when a homeowner decides to opt out of building codes, they still have to obtain site permits and other state inspections such as plumbing and electrical, but a note is recorded with the title company that outs property owners who decide to skirt codes. It's like a scarlet letter, and this note will run with the property forever. Now consumers, lenders, appraisers, and insurance providers are going to know a building has or has not been built to current code. Homes that are built to code are less valuable to future buyers of properties, and lenders and appraisers also agree on this issue. Properties become unlendable, are perceived by the greater public to be not as valuable, and are exposed to higher risk of damage from natural disaster. With this higher risks come higher insurance premiums, or even an inability to obtain insurance. Insurance companies have been known to blacklist entire areas where there are a concentration of homes not built to code. Many homeowners finance their property or purchase or build, and if insurance can't be obtained, you can't close the loan. We can't just be building homes for the current homeowner because we don't live in homes like we used to. The average tenure in a home, according to the National Association of Realtors, is 15 years. We need to be building homes for the second, third, and fourth homeowner. down the road, and they deserve safety and security for their life and financial investment just as much as that very first homeowner. The Coeur d'Alene Association of Realtors strongly encourages the commissioners to consider this evidence and repeal the opt-out today. I would also like to make a note, it's not realtor, it's realtor.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. It's 8:54. We'll resume at 9:04. Thank you.
We only have people left to support the opt-out, and they've been a lot more likely to want to come up and speak.
Okay, we're ready to resume.
Who want to repeal it.
But if we only go another hour, I can make it to the Eagles and have a beer.
But then again, I like heavy-handed.
You like what? Okay, so it's 9:07. The remaining speakers are all in the category of keeping the opt-out, and I haven't actually counted them. I guess there are about 25 or so, maybe a half dozen who do not wish to speak. And what I would ask is if you're going to step up and say the same thing that's been said, could you, out of fair consideration to everyone involved, if you wouldn't mind simply indicating what your position is. On the other hand, if you wish to speak, it's your due process. You're certainly entitled to that time. So we're going to proceed. Yeah, and please withhold the applause. Thank you. So, ma'am, you're next. You want to keep the opt-out, and you chose to speak, and this is Ms. Seacrest. Is that correct?
Secord.
Secord.
Secord. And I'm at 12337 O'Gara Road, Harrison. One of my credos that I live by, that anybody who knows me has heard me say it many times, is that we all live and die by our own decisions. Whether it's the food we eat, the cars we drive, how we drive them, our activities, the houses we buy or the houses we build. I am fortunate that myself, my son, and actually a friend of mine are all in the opt-out program. And as such, today I learned something. It never, ever occurred to me, being in the opt-out program, was opting out of building a house to code. This will be my second house that I'll be building, and I overbuild most of the time. So what it is giving me, though, is the ability to streamline the process so I can build rapidly, and also so that the cost savings, I can go into a more good investment and integrity into my structure. I'm building to code not because it's required, apparently, but because this is my home that I'm going to live in, and I want a safe home. This is also my investment, and is my children's investment when I'm no longer here. And so I think a lot of people who think that maybe it's going to degrade the neighborhood, or they're going to build substandard structures, such as Ms. Filios showed us from Bonner County, the people who are going to build those types of structures are not going to even come and talk to you, because they certainly don't want to have electrical inspections and plumbing inspections and HVAC inspections and all that stuff. They're just going to do it. Because I can tell you, as a buyer, I'd walk probably in the front door and turn right back around. Anybody who does not build a quality structure, whether you choose, remember we have choices in life, you choose to either do it under the building inspection program or the opt-out program, your choice will impact your ability to sell your house later on. That investment, you're going to get out of it what you put into it. And I can tell you it's not going to degrade your neighborhood, because I can tell you that there are houses, and I go down the streets of Coeur d'Alene, and I can see really nice houses and houses that haven't been maintained. They were built to code. There's some houses I wouldn't buy. There's some things that were done in building codes that firefighters live in fear of, and yet they're perfectly legal on the ground. You'll never find that in the house that I'm going to build. I appreciate your time. I really encourage you to let people make their own choices and live or die by their own choices. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. By the way, did you indicate your address?
12337 East O'Gara Road, Harrison.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so next, again, opposed, that is to say, wants to keep the opt-out, Mr. Roger, is it Benoit? Okay. And Miss Julie Benoit. Okay. Also wants to keep, all the remaining are to keep the opt-out, by the way. Kenny Moore may wish to speak. I do. Okay. And on deck is John Grimm. Do you wish to speak, sir? Yes. Okay, so you are on deck. So this is Kenny Moore. Proceed.
My address is 31048 East Hayden Lake Road in Hayden, unincorporated. I came from a very small town in the south. It was one of those antiquated places, and most of the houses there were built over 120 years ago, and they're still occupied and well maintained, and they serve the community well. A little background. I've been to several famous places like Thomas Jefferson's home, George Washington's home, and Robert E. Lee's home, and they're immaculate, and they have over hundreds of thousands of visitors every year. Obviously, there's some pride involved in that. I think that most American citizens who build a home, I'm not saying all, but most, have pride in what they live in and where their heart is. And they invest themselves in it. They don't have to be forced to do it. They don't have to be made to do it, but they do it. There are some that don't. Usually they live in other places. Tonight, we seem to have a war going on between what I call the special interest groups that are in this area and the citizens who live in the unincorporated sections of the county. It seems very obvious from hearing this discussion tonight. Many years ago in history, we had colonies in this same country that fought a war, and that war was to throw off the overburdening regulations that the governing party was putting upon them. And they prospered, prevailed, and we have this great republic that we live in today. It is significant throughout the world. I've been to 123 other countries, and I have never seen anything like this country that we live in. I believe if this is such a decisive issue, why don't we put this to a vote of the citizens in this area? I don't mean the people who live in downtown Coeur d'Alene or those heavily populated areas, but the people that live in the unincorporated section of the county, so that all voices could be heard. I want to give you one personal example. I have a neighbor who's highly decorated. He was in the military. He's renowned throughout this entire country, and he built a building. He got a building permit. He built a barn. It happened to be a metal barn. And the roof collapsed during one of the major snowstorms several years ago. And when the summertime came, he went to tear down that barn and build something else. When I was passing there, a county vehicle drove up. The person got out, crawled over the fence, and asked him, "Do you have a permit to take down this building?" And he said, "No." And the guy said, "Well, you can't tear it down unless you have a permit." And he said, "Well, how much would it cost?" And he told him how much it would cost. And he said, "You realize that you're trespassing, don't you? You're on my property and I'm armed. And if you persist to trespass, I will have you arrested."
Okay, and Mr. Moore, I do have to stop you. Your time's up.
Thank you.
I do have a question for you, though. You indicated a referendum that would be voted on by the people in the unincorporated areas?
Yes.
Did I understand you correctly?
That's correct.
City dwellers pay taxes to the county. Would that not constitute taxation without representation?
If they live in the unincorporated section of the county, yes. But you've got to realize you have three different segments of society. You've got the unincorporated, you've got the quasi-incorporated, and you have incorporated areas, and they have totally different standards.
They may have different standards, but they all pay taxes to the county.
Absolutely.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the great privilege we have in this country.
Okay. So, Mr. John Grimm, hold on, please. Let's see who's on deck. We have Jeremiah. Let me see if I'm saying this correct. Glenn Winter. Also opposed to the opt-out, does not wish to speak. Okay. Tom Magnus, opposed, or wants to keep the opt-out, that is, does not wish to speak. Charlie Magnus does not wish to speak. Jeremiah Jenkins does not wish to speak. Michael, is it Rutledge? May wish to speak, so that means you would be on deck. And so speaking now is John Grimm. Proceed, sir. Address?
My name is John Grimm. My address is 13787 North Rimrock in the county. I'm also a business owner in Hayden. Thank all of you, especially Chairman Filios, for your attempts in keeping order tonight. It's been appreciated.
Thank you.
My wife Sarah and I will break ground on a home this summer. I am going to pull a permit, but I'm opposed to, I support the opt-out because that's my choice, and I feel it's wrong for the county to extort a fee from me for a service for which they accept no liability. And we've heard a plethora of stories about the buildings that have been built to code that collapse in snow and whatnot. Commissioners, we've heard a lot from the real estate special interests about their concerns over liability they might incur should they unwittingly sell a home that was not permitted or fail to disclose that fact. Please bear with me as this might appear off topic. As you may be aware, certain disclosures must be made when transferring or selling real property. This map is from the MLS this afternoon. That is the airport in the middle. Boy, that's really some terrible contrast there. So in the upper left-hand corner, you can't see it, but Coeur d'Alene Airport sits right there. And you can kind of see that red dot in the lower left-hand corner and that group of red dots up in the upper right-hand corner. The long runway kind of points either direction on that. There have been 3 plane crashes around the airport in the past 14 or so years. A float plane crashed at the end of Tracy Road, just north of that circled listing right there, where a building now sits. There was Hans crash that twin-engine plane into the Kootenai Electric property, and a fatal crash into Atlas Elementary School property. If you'll note that, I think it's the building, the circle on the lower left-hand corner, that house is a listing that is just adjacent to Atlas Elementary School. Of particular note are the development up in the northwest corner of the property of the map there. That's known as Hayden North. I was told by both the airport manager and Brett Boyer, that who's the city manager of Hayden, that a condition of the zone change to residential required property buyers to grant what's called an navigation easement to the county, acknowledging their proximity to the airport and the use of the airspace above their homes. Every listing circled in red on the MLS shows on the MLS aircraft flight zone unknown. The 2 blue ones actually say yes. The other ones, I just got tired of looking at them. I don't know if these are oversights or they're intentional. To be clear, my intent is not to malign or insult the many professionals and diligent real estate agents in Kootenai County, but when I hear this type of collective hand-wringing over the opt-out and look at this map, my thought is that the County Commission cannot favor the small number of people that make up one group in the county that clearly needs to be better at training their members on the topic of disclosure. Please continue this manner for 1 year to gather more data. If not, please allow for the private plan check and inspections. You know, as a final note, somebody brought about protecting the public. As a former law enforcement officer, I see things daily, reckless behavior in public, and I can assure you that the deck you're sitting on at your friend's lake house is the least of your concerns for public safety. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Keep the applause, please.
Please, thank you. No, you're done.
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
You're
Thank
good.
you, appreciate it.
Sorry.
So this is Mr. Juhas, is that correct?
Nope.
Name?
Michael Rutledge.
Oh, that's right. I announced you before. Hold on. Let me see if I can get somebody on deck. Mr. Juhas? Or it's Jamin Juhas. Keep the opt-out. May wish to speak? Okay, not here. David Everson? Wishes to speak? Okay, so you're on deck. Proceed, sir. Name and address.
Michael Rutledge, 6842 West Riverview Drive. So many of the points have already been made, the points that I thought were very good points to keep the opt-out. I have really just kind of one question. This is not a judicial hearing, but it's a legislative hearing. But one of the things I was kind of hoping in this legislative hearing would be to actually hear the legislators' opinions on this. Why, after 1 year, I mean, it's a program that after 1 year sounds to be, by the data, wildly successful. So why do the legislators think that this is a program that should be removed? And that's my only question. I'll take the answer off.
Are you referring to the legislators who
Well,
represent?
if you're deciding,
Oh, you mean us?
if you're deciding, you're the legislators, there would typically be some debate that goes on about this. I would be interested to hear what your debate is.
And that occurs during deliberation?
And when is-
After public comment is
After
done.
public comment,
So when
correct.
we're finished, we'll get to hear your
Yes.
arguments
Yes.
back and forth. Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. David Everson wishes to speak. Hold on. And let's see, do we have David Christ? I guess does not wish. Okay. But you're here. Okay. Shane Christ does not wish to speak. Is that correct? You're Shane? Yes, sir. Yep. Okay, Mr. Everson, proceed.
David Everson, 5869 South Lakeside Drive, Harrison, Idaho. My wife, I'm a lifetime resident, but my wife and I bought our first home here 6 years ago in 2013. Bought a 4-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms, and it's about 2,200 square feet. It's an older home, built in the 60s, and we had the intent of working on it ourselves, raising our family there over time, and we've proceeded to do that. Last year, we had our 3rd child, and we needed more room. We know we couldn't add any more bedrooms. We didn't really need them, but an interesting configuration on our house was that the 2 bedrooms in the lowest level were not accessible from the interior, so we needed to put an interior stair addition on our home in order to access those bedrooms. Really didn't think it was going to be any kind of an issue, so we filed for permits at the county, received approval from the planning department, went through building plan check, and everything was approved except for one minor issue, which was we needed the health department to sign off on our permit. I was a little shocked at that because, as everybody knows, you don't have to get health department approval if you're not changing the number of bedrooms. As it turns out, that's not the case. So I went to the health department, talked to Jay, filed my plans with him, and reviewed those plans. And he said, well, there's nothing here that I need to review, but I can't give you an approval on this permit because your house doesn't meet the requirements for 4 bedrooms, or your septic system, your drain field, your septic tank, do not meet the requirements for 4 bedrooms. And I said, well, I'm not changing that. This is an existing house, an existing permitted house. And he said, well, you're not breaking any rules. I just can't sign off on it. So, feeling like I might have made some headway, I went back to the building department, explained this to Levi at the building department. He sort of nodded his head but said, well, there's nothing I can do. If the health department won't sign off, you cannot build your addition. I said, so I can't get a building permit on my property ever unless the health department signs off. And he says, no. Well, I knew that there's no way to upgrade my system. And I went over this with Jay at the health department. I don't have enough land to get a drain field and a tank that are big enough to conform to the current rules. It was permitted in '88. Those rules change, and they change them all the time. So long story short, I didn't know about the opt-out program. Levi at the building department informed me about it, said you'd be a good candidate. It's going to pass, or it has passed. It'll be implemented at the end of April. And so we opted out. We got our opt-out permit, went through the planning department, did our site disturbance, had 3 inspections from our civil engineer, inspection from the electrician or electrical department, and fire department submittal. Anyway, long story short, if you have any questions about the nature of this, I'd be happy to answer them. But a year ago, I would have sort of not had an opinion on the matter. Having been through this process, having seen what it's done for me and my family, I'd encourage you to reconsider what you're about to do tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Christ, you're up. And let's see, on deck, Eric Pedersen. Do you wish to speak? You're on deck. Okay, Mr. Christ, proceed.
Hi, my name's Shane Christ, 8743 West Liberty, Spur Lake, Idaho, America. And I'd just like to say that I've been dealing with the building department since '99 when I started building my place. And it's been a very big fiasco for me and my family. And finally this year, due to the opt-out program, I'm no longer dealing with that. They've signed off and approved everything. So I'd ask you guys as honorable commissioners to reconsider getting rid of it without having enough time elapsed to actually analyze it and see if it's good or bad, and consider the people that have stood before you. My whole thing started back in '99. We got a permit to build a shop, and in the December of 2000, I shattered my elbow in 12 places. And so it was big enough as 4,000 square feet. So I went in and framed it up, and we moved in. Life happens, But dealing with the county, they red tagged me, they liened me. I built a 20 by 20 garden shed to put my lawnmower equipment and stuff in. And 2 county employees who basically are on my payroll because my taxes pay their salary, because I have closed circuit television, pulled into my driveway, didn't call, didn't knock on my door. My wife was home, and I got them on tape. They run over to the little garden shed with a tape measure, 2 guys, measure it, and drive off before my wife could come downstairs and see what they needed. And stuff like that, it just gives the building department a bad name. I am thankful that, we got everything cleaned up now, but it's just been a hassle for us. And so thanks to the opt-out, we're, on a clean slate with you guys, and I appreciate the previous commissions for putting it through.
Okay,
And
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
And it's kind of the story. So, we overbuilt the place. It's nice. In 2008, a lot of buildings that the county did stamp approvals on imploded. When the big snow loads came, like Stein's Market and stuff, the other end where the donuts shop and all that stuff, that roof caved in. And I'm pretty sure that was an approval from the county to build that. So I just don't see where permits for building, you should be able to opt out, in my opinion.
Okay. You made reference earlier to the 2 inspectors, I guess, who came and measured the shop or the shed. When
Yes.
was that?
I had to believe, what was it? You guys are in 7th grade. So.
Long time ago?
Yeah, it was like 10 years ago.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And
Well,
one of
that's
the guys-
before this
and
administration.
one of the
Okay.
guys that worked for the city was actually helping me coach the junior tackle football team.
Okay.
Woo, good guy,
Okay.
right?
Got it.
And I got him on video. I mean,
Okay.
can't deny it.
Okay, thank you.
So I just wish you guys would reconsider whatever your opinions are and get some analytical process to see if it's good or bad.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Pedersen?
Yeah, Eric Pedersen, 1907 East St. Mary's Avenue, Coeur
Okay,
d'Alene.
hold on a second, please. The Honorable Bob Bingham. I know, I didn't think you'd like that word, Bob, but you're on deck. Okay. Proceed, sir.
Okay. So we saw, my wife and we moved up here because of the opt-out. We're from Boise. We built a home according to building code in Boise, and we realized how much ridiculous junk there was in building code. Decided we didn't want to do that again, so we moved up here. We're building a house in Kootenai County through the opt-out program. Some things that I think are kind of interesting is we saw that picture of the rafters, right? Your wife showed, and that what looked kind of like a truss, the angled board, right? And what I'd like to say is if you don't have building code, what would that picture have looked like? The same thing, just no board, right? And so which one is better? No board or board? And she made a comment that some people don't have enough money to do things the correct way, something to that extent, when she was talking about that picture. And so what happens if you have building code and people don't have the money to fix it the correct way, it just either A, it doesn't get fixed, which is worse, or B, they fix it the incorrect way because you can't legislate money into people's pockets to use to follow your restrictions, right? So the other choice is they do it anyway, and then they have trouble selling the house later because it's not approved. So basically, I'd like to talk about what building code is. So building code is not a bad way of building a home, it's just a good way of building a home. But most homes, and in each of my homes, I have like pages of examples of places where building code does not make sense for our home. And let me give you a couple examples of what building code is like. Building code is like shear walls. Shear walls, you have to have 4 feet for it to count, right? Has to go floor to ceiling. If you have 46 inches, counts for nothing. Now, of course, that's not how it is in real life. If you've ever put sheathing on a wall, you know 46 inches counts for pretty darn near as much as 48 inches. But that's how code is. Or same thing with like, what do they call that, tempered glass. Like, I can't remember what the height is, 22 inches off the ground or whatever. 21 inches, all of a sudden it has to be tempered. And that's how building code is they have to draw the line somewhere because they can't, it's already really long. You can't write building code out for every little possible situation. And it creates a scenario that's kind of like crosswalk timers, right? Like crosswalk timers don't know the situation of each person crossing the street. So sometimes you have somebody like with crutches that just broke their leg and they're going to use the full 25 seconds, right? Sometimes you have a jogger, they get across in 5 seconds and then cars are just sitting there waiting. That's the same kind of inefficiency that you find in building code. And a lot of builders don't realize how inefficient building code is because a lot of it's in the plans. It's things like rises and runs for stairs, things like the depth of your landing at the top of your stairs. If your stairs is 36 inches wide, your landing can be 36 inches deep. But if your stairs are 42 inches wide, it can't be 36 inches deep. It's got to be at least 42. Those inches here and there make a huge difference in an efficient floor plan. And that's why we see so many homes with inefficient floor plans. I know that because I've done the floor plans for my own houses, and it's amazing how much of a difference it makes. Basically, this... I'm against it.
Okay.
I'm for keeping
Time's
it.
up. Thank you very much. You okay, Bob?
Get on deck. I'm not taking that.
Okay. Okay, Miss Melanie Vanderveer? Is Miss Vanderveer here? She's gone, okay. John Hunt? Okay. You're on deck. You're right after Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Bob Bingham. I guess I'll apologize to some. I'm responsible for this. I designed the opt-out program. Of course, our fine attorney, Pat, put it into legalese that allowed this to go forth. My address is 9654 East Highway 54. I currently have 2 opt-out permits that I've taken out. I want to address the aspect of law, because several times it was said that we need to be a society of law, and I agree with that. This is my Mountain of Regulations poster. Every gray box on there is an entity or code that applies either from the ICC code organization or from another organization that promulgates codes. It could be fire department, it could be the Panhandle Health Department. So if you're going to build a home, that mountain of regulation, and again, means entities, code books, regulations, this applies to you. Now, surprisingly, in spite of that mess, we have managed to kind of make this thing move along reasonably well, but it's still costly. One little sentence in there can say, mean that you will have to hire. In fact, when we fought the ULUC on land use, you would have had to, for sure, hire a biologist, and not only that, a wildlife inspector, and et cetera, and et cetera. So we went from 100 years ago with no code organizations on that mountain to now this periphery of them. That poster was in my office for the entire 2 years I served as one of the county commissioners.
In case, excuse me, Bob, in case you're wondering, Pat Braden is taking a photo for the record. Go ahead, Bob.
So, and I never referred the honorable thing. I never called us as commissioners honorable. I called us bozos. All through that building, I said the 3 bozos on the 3rd floor. Because reality is we're real people, and we don't always make good decisions. We try hard, and I appreciate that you're all trying to make the effort to do that. I'm going to get to the point tonight so that if I get cut off, you hear what I'm asking. And it's been said actually several times tonight. What I'd ask you to do, and Bill, I'm going to lay this on you because I know Chris is so stinking stubborn, he's not going to move on this. I think Leslie's on the right side of giving this some more time. She campaigned on, let's try 10 months, but if we could let this quasi-experiment go on another year or so and take a look at some real data, I think it would be important. But we can't focus only on the people who opt out. We have to also focus on the buildings that went through the process. I bought a house 3 years after it was inspected 11 years ago. It was filled with mold. 3 months after it went through the code process. Brand new home, contractor built. So I just ask you to consider letting this experiment continue on a little longer. I enjoy the freedom with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
John Hunt, I have a lot.
Okay, before you begin, sir, let me see if I can get somebody on deck. Derek Dryden, excuse me. You wish to speak, sir? Okay, so you're on deck. Okay, Mr. Hunt, go right ahead. Name it, John Hunt, address?
778 Harmon Avenue.
Okay.
And I've been working for a couple of years with permits, trying to get a house built down there. And initially, I was going with the full permit process. Don't have any problem with it, as long as it's dealing with safety, building integrity. But I felt the permit process was getting off in the weeds. You've got something called a res check. Every square foot of your house has to be documented, walls, ceilings, floors. What's the R value? I want a front door with a big elk on it. If it puts me over a certain number, I can't have that. Windows, I'm going to take my wife down to Home Depot. She's going to pick out the windows she wants, and those are the windows I want. I do not want to have to justify an R value to meet a county code when it adds no value to the home. I mean, it's just busy work. There's nothing to do with safety, nothing to do with building integrity. It's just, I got stamped blueprint plans, Idaho stamp, meets all the codes, but it just gets off in the weeds. And to move it along, I switched from the full permit to the opt-out just because it was getting out in the weeds.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dryden, you're up. Katie Kroll, do you wish to speak? You're on deck. Mr. Dryden.
Good evening, guys. Thanks for letting us all keep you guys up late at night doing this. Don't have...
Address?
Oh, sorry. I'm currently renting a house in 1915 East Meadow Lane in Post Falls, and I have a piece of property out south of State Line. A lot of stuff's already been covered. I mainly just, at this point in time, would like to say that I know I ran the numbers real quickly this afternoon, just out of sheer curiosity, and I've since then, looking at other stuff, seen it. Anywhere from about 25 to 30% of us live in the unincorporated part of the county. That leaves a vast majority of the people that this opt-out doesn't even affect and never did affect. And I see a lot of support for it. For a small minority of the people in the county, there's a lot of people here that do support it, and there's a lot of people that have written comments in support of it. And I think a blanket statement is that it's not the goal of all of us here that want to build shoddy buildings and just do whatever the hell we want to because we don't have codes controlling us, but it's more of the freedom to do it on our schedule, do it the way we want to do. I personally want to build a log home. Log homes are real difficult at times to get to the building department. I fully intend on having someone examine it for structural integrity and stamp the plans with an engineering stamp just because I want the peace of mind to know that that sucker's not going to start sagging or tip over in 20 years, and I want it to last my lifetime and the lifetime of my children. So that's my opinion. I think we should be given the option to opt out if we desire, not as a reason to build a bad building or whatever, something unsafe, but just as the ability to do what we want to do with our property. Thank you
sir.
for your time.
You bet.
Thank you.
Ms. Kroll? On deck, if you wish to speak, is it Jesse Dunham? Not here, okay. Is it Valerie Christ? Do you wish to speak? Yeah, okay, so you're on deck. Okay, proceed, name and address.
Katie Kroll. Address is 17147 South Painted Rose Road, Worley, Idaho 83876. Good evening. Thank you. We, my husband and I, Ernie Kroll, are opposed to eliminating the opt-out program. We really value the freedom as homeowners to have a choice in how we improve our property. We have owned homes in the past that followed all of the building codes, and everything was signed off as up to code, but ended up with all sorts of issues. Terminating the opt-out program takes our freedom away as homeowners to build and improve on our property the way we think is best. The opt-out program is fantastic and should be left alone, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ms. Christ, you're up. And I guess it's Andrew Kenna? Do you wish to speak, sir? You do? Okay, so you're on deck. And this is Miss Valerie Christ, is that
Valerie
correct?
Christ, yep. Box 815, Spirit Lake, Idaho, 83869. Come to you today. Thank you for your time. There's a few things coming up last. Obviously, it makes it a little bit more difficult. Many things have already been said. Try not to be redundant, so waste anybody's time. But I find it a little bit interesting. Our Democrat friends on one side are against choice, strangely enough, and that here we are debating something that, a year ago had finally been put through and a lot of people were behind and supported. And it's been a year, and all of the hand-wringing that had been going on does not seem to have come to fruition. Buildings aren't falling down, property values aren't going down. As we spoke, we moved here 25 years ago. 20 years ago, we built our building, and 10 years ago, we spent $4,800 to try and get it up to code, which the county rejected, our plans that we did. So again, we were another decade into being in trouble with the county. Finally, we were able to take care of it last year. We're one of those ones that were that were spoken about earlier. So it seems a lot of special interest is involved in this, and understood. Everybody wants to be able to do the best that they can in whatever job or employee or company that they've set up. Apparently, I'm in the wrong business, because to be able to have the county or the government strong arm the citizens to be able to have to do something that is required in order for these people to be able to continue. It's a burden on the many to enrich the few, it appears. That's just my opinion. And so I think that since we are talking about rural communities, because this has nothing to do with people that live in the city, they have that choice. The people who live in the outskirts have made a choice as well. And they've chosen not to be burdened by many of the things that we have to. If I want to build a barn for my cows, I don't understand why it's required that I have to go to the county to ask permission to do something on my own land. Now, it's not burdening anybody else. I have 15 acres, so our neighbors don't even see us. When we built our place, we overbuilt twice as much. Why? Because my family is in that house. And so I don't need somebody else to tell me what the minimum is. I'm going to do the maximum. And that's what we did. And so, as many people have said, it is up to the individual to decide what is best for them. why should this young couple, if they decide to get married or whatever they're going to do, going to build a house, be burdened by not being able to do that because there's so many regulations and so much time and so much, you know, everybody is at a different stage.
Thank you. Time's up.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. So, Mr. Dunham, you're up. And let's see, next is, I guess it's Dr. Thomas Beaton. Is that correct? Opposed, obviously wants to keep the opt-out, may wish to speak. I guess he's not here, okay. And is this Zach Effler, Greens Ferry Road? May wish to speak? No? Okay. Ernie Kroll? Does not wish to speak, okay. Jacqueline Christ does not wish to speak. I'm sorry? You'll speak? Okay, so you're on deck. So, Mr. Dunham, you're up.
Kemna? Andrew Kemna? Is that somebody else?
Pardon?
This is Andrew Kemna.
He's asking a question.
You're Andrew?
Yes, Andrew Kemna.
3 minutes.
No, maybe it's not my turn yet.
Oh, Andrew Kenna, I'm sorry, I might have go right ahead, sir. Apologize.
Okay, 6900 North Upper Veer Lane in Coeur d'Alene. I spent my last 23 years Air Force telling me where to go. Whenever it came time for me to retire, I went state by state, community by community, trying to figure out where to take my family. And my last station was in Virginia, and it was a long discernment process, and 1 year ago, we made our decision to come up here. And opt-out had a big part in that. And so I moved my whole family and kids here. Took 5 days to drive all of our stuff up here. I just got into a for sale by owner house in town so I can look around and find the right piece of property to build on. And I want to build it myself as much as possible. And I've dealt with building codes, and I've remodeled every house that I've been in, and I know what's safe for my family, and I'm not going to put something up that is not safe. And all these other reasons that you're using, life's about choices. The people that are building shoddy things, they're going to reap what they sow. And whether it's whenever they go to sell the place or whatever, anybody that has the right mind about them is going to have the house inspected. And then you have the choice to either buy or don't buy because the house is safe or not. And just understand who this affects. And that's the rural individuals. Right now, I'm paying county taxes, I'm paying city taxes, I don't use any of the services, I homeschool my children, but I still have to pay for all the schooling of everybody else. And so I pay out of pocket for all these other things that I want to do because I want to do right by my family and not have somebody else decide what, you know, they teach my kids. So anyway, it was a huge decision to come up here. Please let this flesh out for a little while and not make a hasty decision to go back on something that a lot of people have put a lot of their time and life on the line to get here. It's a huge reason why people want to come here. Please don't get rid of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is Miss Christ. Is Roger Dunham here? I guess not, huh? Okay. Trying to get somebody on deck here. This is Leslie Danielson. Keep the opt-out, does not wish to speak. And the very last one, Catherine Burns. Keep the opt-out, may wish to speak. Okay, so you're on deck, and Jacqueline Christ, you're up.
Jacqueline Christ, P.O. Box 815, Spirit Lake, Idaho. So you basically have heard my entire life story. My parents were before me. I just wanted to add that obviously we're very entrepreneurial and do-it-yourselfers out here, clearly, and that the opt-out is an option. You know, that it's opt-out because it's an optional thing. You know, you can choose to do the permits and everything else. You can choose to spend the time and the effort and the money and everything else that you want in order to feel that safety net. It doesn't help you, though, because the county and the governments, they make you sign off on it like, okay, we're no longer responsible, especially a problem with mold that keeps being brought up. But mold problems, you know, they have you sign off so that no matter what, the contractors can't be held reliable, county can't be held reliable, the federals can't be held reliable in order to cover their butts, which is fine, you know, but at the same time, as a homeowner and as a home builder, you are accepting that risk. So country folk, that's us, tend to be told by city folks, unfortunately, how to live. And my opinion is, just because you don't understand why we're doing something doesn't mean that you should just like freak out and try to force us to do something that we don't necessarily approve or want to do. So one example from my parents' story that was left out is the snow load, right? At the time, it was in the 1990s, and so the snow load to code was 40 pounds, and the contractors who were on site building tried to get them to do, you know, the bare minimum, 40 pounds. Well, my mom was like, my mom, right? If you knew my mom, you would understand. But she has, you know, a certain standard that is above what is required. So 70-pound snow load, even today, the codes are not that high. Mm-hmm. But the point is, it is her family, you know, and county bureaucrats are not going to care for someone's family more than the family does, right? Because it's the whole, you know, I love my family more than I love you. So, oh, yes, and I'm sure that when we were founding the country and the White House was being built and John Adams was waiting because it takes a long time to build stuff, even then, because I had to, you know, cut down the trees and then plane them and everything else. Well, I'm sure that they didn't have codes when they built the White House or the Capitol building in Boise or the Statue of Liberty. So how do they build something like that and still stands and no one told them how to do it or when to do it or anything else? The answer is moral uprightness, pride in craftsmanship, and France really likes us. So mankind is also very corrupt, unfortunately, and so to think that corruption doesn't spread to the upper echelons of government doesn't jive, I guess you could say. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, very last speaker, Catherine Burns.
Hi, my name's Catherine Burns. I'm from 963 Kimberly Lane. I'm straight out of high school, and I'm getting into real estate. Me and my fiance both plan on building our own home here in North Idaho. We both are working for everything that we have. And I believe as Americans, we deserve the right to the land that we own and buy. I guess if you guys are so concerned about our safety and us not being able to do that for ourselves, you might as well put your minds together and think of a way that you can make it free for us, since we shouldn't have to pay for safety. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes the public comment of our evening. So do I have a motion to close public testimony?
Sure, I move that we close public testimony and enter into deliberations.
I second the motion.
Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan?
Aye.
Chairman Filios?
Aye. So we're now entering into deliberations. What I'm going to do is just literally just a 3-minute break. I need to get some water. So 9:56, we'll be back at 9:59.
Oh, why not make it 10 o'clock?
All right, 10 o'clock.
Be a little liberal.
wasn't, to me, it wasn't excessive. It was to get the permit was 2 months.
Shut this down, we don't need it, do we? Okay. There we do. Okay, so we're resuming. Just for everyone's edification, we are now into deliberations. Deliberations basically includes and is limited to the three of us. We can certainly ask questions of staff, but the public comment period is officially ended. So this is where we deliberate and potentially make a decision. So who wishes to lead us off?
Do you want to go first?
Well, I feel like we've gone through this once a year ago, and it was quite divisive and caused a lot of bad feeling and generated what I thought was a lot of bad information on both sides. And I've made no secret that I was opposed to opt-out, and nothing I've heard and nothing I've read has changed my mind during the comment period when we were taking letters and comments of citizens. But I will say, during this hearing, there was a lot less theatrics and name calling from both sides. And I appreciate that. That's the way Leslie and Chris and I have tried to work as commissioners. That's all.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Short and sweet.
Leslie?
I guess I'm just really sad how our society has become so fearful that without government oversight, our neighbors fear that we are not going to do what's right. And I don't believe in that. I believe in personal responsibility. I believe that America was founded on the ability to own and use private property, not just real estate, not just land, but intellectual property and physical property, tools, things like that. I'm really impressed with this brave young couple here who want to take on the responsibility of providing for themselves and a future family. I'm very impressed by that, because we do have an entitlement society, and a lot of our young ones think that they're entitled to certain things without having to work for them. And that's not something that benefits anybody in our country. Hard work, setting goals, accomplishing things, that's what gives people purpose, and it gives satisfaction with their lives. America is about choice, and I think that this opt-out gives us a choice. If the people who live in the unincorporated area are not comfortable, they have the choice to go get community development oversight, and they have a choice to get fully permitted. And I like the choice that people are going to be responsible, that if they do build it themselves and they are unable to get insurance, financing, any of those things, that's on them. That's not on their neighbors, it's not on anybody else. People should have the right to eat junk food, to do things that not everybody may do, but they should have the right to use their property in the way they see fit, as long as it does not infringe on their neighbor's use of their property. Government is to protect individual rights. That's what it was designed to do. It is not to protect our property values. And I know that that's hard for some people to hear, but that's the truth. Because if you go down that road, then only the biggest, the best, the $500,000, the $1 million mansions are going to stand up to it. Because if you go look at a lot of the rural properties, we have yard art in the form of four-wheel vehicles that no longer move. We have a lot of different things that people who choose to live in the city, who choose to live in a subdivision, those things don't interest them. And I want to be respectful of the people who live in the county, and it is only about 30% of our population. And of that 30%, not everybody is going to build, not everybody will opt out. but I like to have that choice, that freedom, where they can say, I want to live in Kootenai County because they respect me as an individual. The government says they trust me. And that's, I think, what government is supposed to do.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. This shouldn't take too long. Okay, so I was here, I've been in office now 27 months, and I was here when the opt-out was passed. And the way it came about essentially was, I think it was November of 2017, when the new state code or the renewal of the existing code came up by recommendation of the state of Idaho, and we simply did not adopt it. That was the residential code and a few others. And from there, we went to the public hearing that occurred last year, which in fact resulted in passage of the opt-out, and I dissented. I heard a couple things tonight, which I'd like to address first before I go into some of the thoughts that I formulated. A couple people said, why don't we see how it works? What statistical evidence do we have? Well, what statistical evidence did we have to invoke the opt-out to begin with? In the 2.5, or by that time, year that I'd been in office, a little more than a year, the complaints that I heard were largely due to process, not code. There is a difference. Now, some people object to the code, but most of the issues we've had have been with process, and most of those have been addressed thanks to the good leadership of David Callahan and his organization. I heard another thing last year that was actually rather disturbing to me. One gentleman got up, and there was a little bit of it tonight, I guess, and he said, listen, I want to build my home the way I choose, and if it falls on my head, it's my problem. But what if it falls on my head? What if I'm your guest? What about your family? Say, well, we all care. Yeah, we do all care. But why is there abuse? Why is there lawlessness? So even though most people may be good people, and maybe most builders will build a good home, the fact of the matter is, in many cases, and we know this for a fact from Bonner County, that is not always the case, and in some cases, typically not the case. And so what happens is when we build the safeguards not necessarily for the majority who might do the right thing. We build the safeguards because there are always going to be those folks who are going to break the rules or basically do their own thing and create a hazard. I've also heard talk about liberty and quoting the Founding Fathers, which I think is very interesting. And what's interesting to me is that with liberty comes responsibility. Liberty doesn't prevail without responsibility. And if you want to take the argument of liberty to its logical conclusion, why don't we eliminate stop signs? People run them. California stops, right? Not necessarily always run them, but most or a lot of folks don't come to a full stop. I didn't see that much on the East Coast, but I guess it's caught on there too, from what I hear. So for me, you know, I've heard a lot, and I'm going to continue a little bit here. One of the things I did, and being a realtor, I went back and looked at into the subject of property rights. And as we define property rights in the United States, and for that matter, most free societies, we talk about the bundle of rights. This is what we universally agree on. And there are four basic rights. And I should be able to recite these off the top of my head. But anyway, it's the right of disposition, which means, you know, you hold title, you can sell your property. The right of possession. So you can obviously occupy your property, okay, but if you fail to pay your property taxes, the title holder can take possession, right? The right of exclusion, which means you can keep people off your property. And there's also the right of control. Now that's very interesting, and I'll read it, it's very brief. The right of control allows the title holder the ability to manage the use of the property in any means deemed legal within the jurisdiction in which the property exists, in this case, Kootenai County. Entry into an area regulated by a homeowners association may lead to additional restrictions. Okay, that doesn't apply. That might be the case in the cities, not in the unincorporated areas. Okay, so where does that take us? So you saw examples of Bonner County, and you say, well, why Bonner County? Well, Bonner County hasn't had code since 1997. There is a tremendous amount of abuse. There are lawsuits, most of which we can't get to the bottom of. I have personally spoken with contractors who refuse to build in Bonner because the homeowners or the property owners will insist they cut corners. Is it everyone? No. But it's fairly rampant, okay? And by the way, their growth rate has just recently picked up, and I think that's probably part of the problem. What we do in Kootenai and what Bonner has done for years is if you opt out, you get, well, in the case of Bonner, there is no opt-out because they don't have code, but you do get a location permit. And the location permit, as you probably know, specifies how you're going to locate the property and whatnot. And so what happens is, when you have a location permit, you're basically saying, I'm building X square footage and this is where I'm going to situate the house. But what happens if you don't build the house you claim you're going to build? So I can go in, get a location permit, which shows that I'm going to respect the setbacks, and I'm going to disclose 1,500 square feet. So I built 3,000. Who's going to know? Well, the assessor's going to know. Well, how? Because community development can't track. Say, well, what about when they come out for the state inspections? But that's assuming I order the state inspections. See, when you go in for a full permit, we're the one-stop shop that controls that entire process. So what am I really getting at here? Let me compare. In Kootenai County, we have about 158,000 people. We're running on a $94 million budget. Compare us to Bonner County at about 42,000 people, running a $57 million budget. 28% of the population, 60% of the budget. When you don't know what you have, how do you tax it? So the person who comes in and accurately discloses what they're building is subsidizing the individual who underdisclosed or failed to disclose. It's called abuse, okay? So we do have the state-required inspections. I mentioned that. I view building codes basically as a bare minimum. It falls under the category in the state of health and safety. You can look it up for yourselves. The state recommends the code. There is a building code board. They recommend what should and should not be adopted. Sometimes the code is updated, but the state doesn't necessarily recommend the updated code. Okay. And I spoke about different things. Let's talk about valuation for a moment. I think Commissioner Duncan Leslie is correct that we don't necessarily, and we shouldn't be guaranteeing value. But who wants to build a home where the value falls? And by the way, if the county is remiss or properties are not built to code or built to some standard, there is an impact to neighboring properties. Because if that property fails to transact because of issues, eventually that price drops. The price drops, the property becomes a comp for a future property. You say, well, can't you take that into account? Well, that assumes I know that. That assumes the appraiser knows that. What if he or she doesn't know that? So now you have a comp that's infecting and affecting other properties. Okay. And let me go to one other situation. And by the way, most of you know that if you have a real estate transaction today, when you complete the property condition report, you indicate there's a specific question that says, is any part of this property not built to permit? And so that's something you have to complete. When you get a location permit with us under the opt-out, there's actually a disclosure that says the property was not or might not have been built to code. So it's basically already filed. In some cases, though, there are lenders, and it's going to vary with the lender, that will not lend. But again, that varies. In Bonner County, some lend, some don't. Those who do sometimes have restrictions. They may not lend to an owner-builder, or they may have an approved set of builders, one of whom you would choose, because they know they're building a quality product. And let me take you to just a couple more items, and then we'll wrap it up. When we, or the former two commissioners, formulated the opt-out, they took the example of Boise County. Now, Boise County is in the southern part of the state, population 7,500. And in September of 2018, Boise County reinstated the building codes. They actually had an opt-out option. That's the way we fashioned ours somewhat after theirs. And when I learned that they actually re-invoked the code, I called the chief building official. I said, what happened? And he looked at the state statute, and he felt it was illegal, that the opt-out was illegal. He took it to his legal staff. They agreed. So they went to a public hearing, and they reversed it. And so now in Boise County, building code is mandatory. There is good reason to believe that even if we upheld the opt-out this evening, that if there is a suit and a challenge, it will potentially be declared illegal, because state code says you have code or you have no code. So if we wanted to make the opt-out permanent, and if there's enough support for it, it really should be done at the state level, not at the county level. And I don't know that you would succeed or we would succeed, but if people feel that strongly about it, that's probably where it should occur. And I'm just going to take 2 more minutes, and I'll wrap it up here. This is a letter. I don't usually read them, but this is from a former county commissioner. I think he served 8 years, Todd Tondy. Some of you remember him. And this is his position, and the only reason I'm reading it is he touched on something that most of us, including myself, haven't really considered. He said, I ask you please strongly consider reversing the decision to allow opting out of building codes. The current option is very detrimental to the stability of property values in our county. This has the ability to cause liability issues for owners, appraisers, real estate agents, and inspectors in future sale transactions of these homes that opted out. I agree this is not a certainty, just a very likely outcome, which is totally avoidable if building codes are required. Not to mention the tracking nightmare of the status of homes in Kootenai County, which homes went through the process and which ones didn't. Kootenai County is the 3rd largest county in the state, let me add, we're the 5th fastest growing in the country, and is trying to recruit companies to move here so our citizens have great places to work. This will make that process harder if these companies are not assured their employees will have safe housing. Another major reason to require codes for construction is our court system is at maximum capacity and does not need the extra burden this could cause. Again, totally avoidable, as this is just inviting unnecessary lawsuits that could have been prevented. This will increase the county's cost of new judges and court support personnel. And anyway, he goes on to say, please reconsider. As I read this, and I realized that we are considered an urban county. 70% of our population live in the cities. And so there is another factor here, and it's a factor referred to as the ACI, Area of City Impact. The ACI is usually, it's a radius, if you will, of county property that surrounds our cities, let's say Coeur d'Alene, Hayden, Post Falls, and the cities can annex property within the ACI. So what happens when the cities, which have code, with the exception of Athol, now expand into an area and they're faced with property that was opted out, that was built without permit? They can very easily, they can refuse, but they can also go to that individual and say, you got to get a permit. Well, how am I going to do that? Get an engineer. Tear up your walls. Let's see if you toenail the studs properly. These are impacts that were not considered when the opt-out was passed. So back to the point that was made, let's see how it works. Well, my point was, when we passed the opt-out, there was no consideration for the ramifications of the opt-out. That's called a lack of critical thinking. And if you're going to think critically, you make decisions and you consider the impact of those decisions. So for me, you want opt-out? It ought to be done at the state level. Personally, I didn't support it, and I cannot support it.
Can I just...
Do you want to? Go ahead, feel free.
So abuse is always going to happen, no matter if you have 1,000 laws or 1 law. It will always happen. And I don't want to put that burden on my neighbors, indicating that just because they're choosing the opt-out, that they are going to do wrong. I think that's wrong, and I think that's not fair. for that to be put on there. And it is not your neighbor's responsibility to make sure that your house comps or that your house value stays up. It's not their responsibility. Once again, there's options. There's options to live in the city. There's options to live in a subdivision with homeowners associations that ensure those protections. But I'm not hearing from many rural landowners, there are some, but not many of them, who are interested in those type of protections. They're interested in the protection of their use of their property. And I don't know of one person who, who's a friend who has opted out, who says, I cannot wait to do this because I'm going to build a piece of junk that I can't sell that's going to fall down on my family's heads. It just doesn't happen. The people who are not going to follow the law are not going to follow the law. To Chris's point, they're challenged in a lawsuit. There is concern that the opt-out would be found to be against statute, but there's also a chance that a judge would find that it is acceptable within the statute. So we really don't know. It's just a risk, that does exist. And, we do take that into consideration.
Okay. Bill, did you want to add anything?
No.
Okay, I'll just add one final point. When we considered the opt-out last year, when we went into the hearing, there were actually 4 possibilities. One was keep the code. One was completely eliminate the code. One option was, which is the one that Bob Bingham proposed, which is allow the opt-out only on property at a minimum of 5 acres. And the 4th option was essentially the one that was passed. During that hearing, Art Mackenber, who's a real estate attorney, had opined that chances are the opt-out, option 3 as it was known, was probably illegal. And there are other legal opinions to support that, including the one in Boise County. For me, for my family, 50 years in the business, for me to support the opt-out at the county level, I would have to ignore everything I've seen, and I cannot do that. For me, this isn't about liberty. Liberty carries with it responsibility. I think we all embrace the concept of liberty. I don't think that's the issue here. So anyway, are there any further comments from the board? Does the board wish to consult anyone on staff? Pat Braden, are you okay if we proceed with a motion?
Yea, verily.
So do we have a motion?
I move we not adopt ORA19-0001.
Is there a second? I hear none. Motion dies for lack of a second. Is there another motion?
Yes, I'd move in case number ORA19-0001 to adopt a new building code ordinance, Title 7, Chapter 1, Kootenai County Code, as presented by staff, with an effective date of April 29, 2019, thereby allowing for a new fee schedule to coincide and become effective on the same date as this ordinance.
Is there a second? I second the motion. Catherine?
Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan?
Nay.
Chairman Filios?
Aye. Motion carried. The time is 10:23 p.m. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.